All right, let's bring everybody in.
Okay, I'll admit everyone.
And we are recording. All right. At 5:03 p.m., this meeting of the Mountain View Wisdom School Board will now be called to order. We will now say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now take a roll call of the trustees.
Ellen Wheeler,
Laura Blakely,
Laura Berman,
Chris Chang,
Devin Conley. Let the record reflect that all trustees are present. We will now move on to the approval of the agenda. I understand we're going to need to amend tonight's agenda. We actually have to have the budget hearings before we can talk about the LCAP. So we are going to move items 7G and 7H to positions 7D and 7E. And then we are going to combine 7F and 7E into one item, which will be the new 7G.
I move that we approve the agenda with described revisions.
second.
I'm going to take, oh, Trustee Chang. I was going to take public comment, but go ahead.
The question about the time allocations, because the board had received some emails about requesting on the Monty Loma perimeter issue of 45 minutes.
Yes.
Clarifying, if there are, there may not be. If there are more public comments than at that 45, do we, Board President, do we know if we will allow those comments or?
I think we're going to have to play it by ear and see what happens, because we may also have public comments for the Huff renaming. But as I shared with we had some emails asking about how public comment worked. The board at our retreat decided that we would allocate 10 minutes for each item. But if there were more than 10 speakers, we would allocate 1 minute per speaker and extend to as much as 20 minutes. We will see how many people we have tonight. We might have more than that. We might have less. A lot of people wrote in, so I'm just not sure how many people will also speak. So let's see what happens.
Thank you.
We definitely want people to be heard. If you are a member of the public and you would like to comment on the agenda at this time, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function, or you can press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there are no public comments, could you remind me who was the second for the motion?
Yep, Berman.
Okay. On a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Berman, all those in favor of the agenda as amended?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Let the record reflect the amended agenda was approved unanimously. We will now move on to item 2, the consent agenda. Are there any questions or comments from trustees regarding the consent agenda? I did see some questions submitted ahead of time, and they were responded to in those questions by district staff. I will move on to public comment. If you are a member of the public and you would like to comment on the consent agenda, you may raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there is no public comment, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
second,
All those in favor? Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Blakely, the consent agenda has been approved unanimously. We will now move on to item 3, opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Now is the time for members of the public who would like to address the board regarding our closed session agenda items. Tonight's closed session has 4 items on our agenda. You can raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function, or you can press *9 on your phone. We do not appear to have any comment at this time on the closed session agenda. So at 5:08 p.m., the board will now adjourn to closed session. All right. At 6:49 p.m., we are going to reconvene open session. There was no action taken in closed session. If you are a member of the public, oh, do we have our teachers that we're recognizing? Is that who, Ms. Barkin, are you a teacher in the district or an employee? Or are you a member of the public? You're an employee? Oh, look at all these people. This is wonderful. All right. We will now move on. Thank you for your patience to item 6A. This is a resolution number 07060321, the local assignment option, and we will hear from our Chief Human Relations Officer, Tara Vicure.
Good evening. So a local assignment option is required to permit a single subject teacher to take on a position requiring a multiple subject credential. One of our middle school science teachers has applied for our elementary STEAM position, which is really exciting. But I come to you this evening to ask that you approve this local assignment option to allow us to place the teacher in that position.
Thank you, Ms. Vicure. Are there any questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, we will go to public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand using the raise hand function in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. I do not see any public comment at this time. Are there comments from trustees or a motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 07060321, local assignment option as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 On a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Berman, the Board of Trustees voted unanimously to approve resolution number 07060321 as presented. We will now move on to item 6B. The Board of Trustees recognizes district retirees. We will also hear from Ms. Vicure again.
Thank you so much. So each year, the Board of Trustees does recognize and honor those who have decided to retire during the school year. And tonight, I would like to say a little something about each of this year's retirees. And I'd like to start with Pat Allen, who joined the district in 1990. She worked at Landals Elementary, most recently as a 4th grade teacher. Pat's enthusiasm has always been contagious. She lights up when she talks about her students' success and the amazing work being done by her children. She's always been a champion for the kids at her school. Ms. Allen has been collaborative and supportive of so many students and staff members, and we will miss seeing her smile when that classroom door opens and wish her a wonderful retirement ahead. And Pat regrets that she couldn't be here with us tonight, but the sentiment is absolutely there for her. Next, I'd like to honor Susan Barber. So Susan was hired as a resource teacher for Therakoff and Stevenson Elementary back in August of 2012. And she has continued her work at Therakoff until her retirement at the end of this year. Susan has poured her life into reaching each one of the students that she serves. To her, the job's never done until each child is fully supported in personalized ways to help them reach their untapped potential. She carries a flame in her heart for every child, and the relationships that Susan forms with her students transforms their lives in ways other than just academics. She gives of her time, her resources, her seemingly limitless energy, and her extensive expertise. The Therakoff staff is really proud to have served alongside her, as am I, and we all wish her an adventurous, prosperous, and exciting retirement. Congratulations to Susan. Next, I'd like to acknowledge Gerardo Gutierrez. And Gerardo joined the district back in 1998 and has taken great pride in his role as a district custodian. Gerardo worked hard to have the school ready for the staff and the students every morning. He was a valuable team member and a true joy to be around. He was always happy to do whatever was needed of him to support the school and the staff and the children. And we really want to congratulate him on this special milestone. And Gerardo, we hope you enjoy your retirement. All right, next I'd like to honor Carmina Jenkins. Carmina came to our district back in 2005, and over the last 15 years, she has become a valued member of the special education department in her role as instructional assistant. Carmina has worked at various sites over the years and has made a great impact as she cares deeply about all of her students. She has always stepped up to the plate and been very supportive of her students. And we wish the absolute best of luck in this new stage of your life, Carmina. Congratulations. All right, next I'd like to honor and recognize Leela Karzian. Leela was welcomed to our district as a substitute teacher in November of 2001. She joined the ranks of the classroom teachers in 2004. During her tenure, she has worked at Slater and Landals. During her time at Landals, Leela served as a classroom teacher and as an intervention teacher in our RTI program, supporting students with their reading skills. Leela will be remembered for her warm personality, her fondness for data, and her willingness to try new things that are in the best interest of students. Leela will be missed, and we wish her the best in her retirement. Next, I'd like to honor Dorian Martinka, who joined the district as a substitute in March of 1989. She began her teaching career with our district as a bilingual teacher at Graham. And then after working at a few other private school settings, Dorian came back to us in August of 2003, where she worked at Graham, Crittenden, and Huff. I don't know if everybody knows that Dorian speaks 4 different languages, English, Spanish, Mandarin, and French. She's taught approximately 1,600 students over the course of her years with us, and she has biked to school every day in the rain or shine since she came to Huff 11 years ago. In 2013, she read the book Teach Like a Pirate and has embraced that philosophy ever since. I know the Huff team and I will miss her sense of humor, her joy, her energy, and we all look forward to hearing about all of the adventures she has planned during her retirement. Congratulations, Dorian. All right, I'd like to recognize Karen Milos, who retired earlier in the year. Karen was hired as a substitute teacher in October of 2000. She was hired as a classroom teacher for Landals in August of 2001. Karen worked as a kindergarten teacher there until she retired in the fall. Her commitment to her students and the school and her wonderful smile that lit up the room every day will never be forgotten. We hope that all of those Hawaiian classroom images have been able to come to life as she enjoys some relaxation in the islands, hopefully. And we wish Karen all of the best in her retirement. All right, next I'd like to recognize Tracy Navarez. Tracy came to the Mountain View Wisman team in August of 2015 to teach 5th grade at Castro Elementary. She came to Mountain View after serving as a 5th grade teacher for many years in Soledad. Tracy moved to Therakoff to teach 3rd grade this year. And no matter where she has served, Tracy's impacted many students and staff members with her nurturing spirit. She has always had a gift for connecting with students and making those with the greatest needs feel valued and supported. And we wish her the very best in her new life adventures and her retirement. Okay, next I'd like to acknowledge Felix Ruiz. Felix has been a dedicated custodian for our district since 2004. He loved his job and the people with whom he worked. The school staff and parents would often remark on his positive attitude and hard work because although he had a full schedule, he would always make the time to stop and help anybody who asked whenever it was needed. And we really hope, Felix, you have a fantastic and wonderful retirement. Next, I'd like to recognize Carol Sawyer. Carol joined the district in 1994 and has served as a secretary clerk typist before moving to the role of school secretary at Crittenden in 2000. She has made outstanding contributions to the Crittenden community with her dedication and monumental work ethic, ensuring that front office was always running smoothly. Carol, you're truly appreciated, and we hope you have an excellent and fulfilling retirement. Next, I'd like to acknowledge Barbara Scott. So Barbara was hired as a substitute teacher as well back in September of 2003. She served in a long-term subassignment at Landals before she was hired as a classroom teacher at Therakoff in August of 2004. Barbara worked full-time at BUB and participated in a job share prior to her retirement in the fall. And she will be remembered for her commitment to students, her support of staff, her participation on district committees, and her great sense of humor. We really wish Barbara all of the best in her years ahead in her retirement. And next, I'd like to recognize Jenny Spence. Jenny joined the district as a part-time teacher in 1984 at Slater. In 1985, she moved to Landals Elementary as a kindergarten teacher and taught kindergarten there until her retirement at the beginning of this year. Jenny's warm, nurturing manner was a perfect fit for those kindergarten students. She was a collaborative partner, a respected teacher and nurturer, an amazing member of the MVWSD team. And we wish Jenny all the best in her years ahead. All right, next is Wendy Van Gasbeck. Wendy joined the district back in 2003 as a categorical clerk and a community liaison before quickly becoming the clerical assistant at BUB, where she has remained until her retirement. Wendy's friendly disposition made the front office such a pleasant place for everyone, for students, staff, and parents. And over the years, Wendy has provided resources and support to the BUB community and formed many positive relationships along the way. Wendy, we congratulate you on your retirement, and you will be greatly missed. Thank you. So each of our retirees will be receiving their little glass star. It has their name, their date, and their years of service, and our district on the star. So they'll be receiving their star as a memento of their time with our district and our appreciation of their years with us. These stars will be delivered tomorrow. We'll be running around to schools to make sure everybody gets one. Last year, as you know, we were not able to do that. And so I do want to acknowledge and recognize that I do have stars for all of our retirees who retired last year, including Albert Alameda, Blanquita Anderson, Joan Chaskin, Hedvig Fierney, Karina Galley, Arturo Gomez, Sarah Vella, Kathy Lilga, Jose Lopez, Felicidad McAlpine, Alicia McNally, Kathy Patterson, Cristobal Pichardo, Robert Poling, and Connie Russell. So they will also be receiving their stars. We've been reaching out to make arrangements to get those to them. So I want to congratulate everybody and ask that the board recognize our retirees this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bickyard, and thank you to all of our retirees who are here. Are there any questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, we will take public comment on this, yes, because it's an action item. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, our recognition of retirees, you're welcome to raise your hand using this raise hand function in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there are no comments at this time, are there any comments from trustees or a motion? Trustee Wheeler.
Well, I have a comment and I can also make a motion, but I'd like to say that, you know, we benefit so much from all of the retiring employees and the continuing employees, but I want to say that, you know, it feels kind of sad that we're having to do this huge, impactful retirement ceremony, not in person, and doing it, you know, just seeing faces on the screen. And I know that this is the best we can do. And being Tara, be able to get the stars in person this year compared to last year when we couldn't do anything. But I want to at least acknowledge, all of you who worked, a long time in your careers, and then, you're not able to be in the big, room celebrating with everybody with cupcakes and balloons and everything. So just want to say thank you. And, we appreciate you so much. And I will do, it's a kind of a, not a real official sounding resolution. The Board of Trustees recognize and honor our district retirees and thank them for years of in our school district.
Heartily second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 On a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Blakely, it is my honor to report that the Board of Trustees unanimously voted to recognize our district trustees. Thank you so much for your service. And I agree, we wish we could all be together in person, but we're glad you get your stars. We will now move on to item 6C, recognition of years of service. Again, with the presentation from our Chief Human Relations Officer, Tara Vickyard.
All right, tonight I am excited to present our employees and their years of service, starting with our employees who have 10 years of service, and then we'll talk about employees with 5-year increments beyond that. And so I'm going to just name off all of our fabulous folks who are here with us. First, for 10 years of service this year, I want to acknowledge Chrissy Blackwell, Jamie Ewings, Leslie Farrell, Charlie Fetterman, Sylvia Garcia Hernandez, Erica Cow, Andres Lopez, Maria Lopez, Makiko Lin, Ernesto Nassau, Brian Perrin, Larissa Ranger, and Beth Smith. Congratulations on your 10 years. With 15 years, we have Brandy Appling Jensen, Arunda Bose, Sandy Buchko, Sean Dector, Jacqueline Cativo Antonio, Gail Dyer, Clancy Haley, Holly Leonard, Eva Para Bornstein, Nira Punj, and Su Yu Wang. Congratulations on your 15 years. With 20 years, we have Jose Duenas, Agnes Kaiser, Mary Colon, Christina Orozco, Carolyn Roberts, and Raul Zarmenio. Congratulations on your 20 years of service with us. All right, with 25 years, Maria Susie Jaramillo, Lynn Leiser, Linda Lopez, Jamie McConnell, and Susan Papson. Congratulations on your 25 years. And last but not least for this year, with 30 years of service, Tom Sayer. Congratulations, Tom, on your 30 years. And now, last but not least on this list, with 35 years, we have Judy White. Congratulations and thank you. Along with our retirees, I also want to recognize the folks who had their years of service last year who did not get recognized. So if I could really quickly run down that list too, and just acknowledge I have pins for all of you that I will also be delivering to you tomorrow. So I have lots of people to see tomorrow so that you all get your pins and your stars to really honor and acknowledge you. But with that, last year's 10 years, were Coco Ayala, Marilee Barron, Beatrice Klass, Danielle Gorospe, Christina Mesa, Erica Navarro, Shamir Simmons, Crystal Solorzano, and Leanne Tabares. With 15 years last year, we have John Aker, Christy Bruce, Michaela Espinoza Cortez, Annie Hanneman, Carmina Jenkins, Sheila Martinez, Derek Mulkey, Cindy Nguyen, Elizabeth Perry, Ann Scott, Gladys Semin, Christine Silva, Lisa Sterner, and Greg Sundstrom. With 20 years last year, we have Stan Adderman, Regina Aguas, Norma Amesqua, Megan Bin, Daniel Chamo, Stephen Chesley, Susan Chesley, Estefania Landa, Karen Milos, Patricia Altaveras, and Melanie Ramirez. Receiving their 25-year pin for last year, we have Kathy Bauer, Patricia Bocio de Galasso, Yolanda de Diaz, Bonnie Elgood, Marina Romano, and Jennifer Timmons. With 30 years last year, and we've recognized her in her retirement, Miss Patricia Allen. And with 35 years last year, I have a pin for Paula Doritas. And so I want to acknowledge and recognize all of you for the incredible years of service you've provided to the district. And I turn it over to our board. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Vicure. Are there any questions from trustees before we take public comment? Seeing as there are none, if you are a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function or press *9 on your phone. We don't appear to have public comment at this time. Are there any comments from trustees or a motion? Trustee Blakely.
I would just like to say that I am super, super grateful for each and every one of you. Thank you for all you've done for our kids.
So Trustee Blakely, do you want to make the motion?
Sure, I was flipping in my package to find it. So I move that the Board of Trustees officially recognize the identified employees for their many years of service in the district.
And Trustee Wheeler, it looked like you said second.
Oh,
Okay. On a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Let the record reflect that on that motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the Board of Trustees unanimously voted to recognize the identified employees for their years of service in this district. Thank you so much for all that you have done and that you continue to do. We hope you stay with us for much, much longer. And thank you for being here tonight. It's so lovely to see other people on here besides just us. It's a treat. So thank you. All right, we will now move on to item 6D, management and unrepresented staff salary increase, with another presentation from Chief Human Relations Officer Tara Vicure.
Thank you. I get to just spend the whole session with you tonight. So tonight the board will consider the ratification of a tentative agreement and a 4% salary increase with CSEA in today's meeting. And in accordance with past practice, staff recommends increasing the salaries for management and unrepresented staff by that 4% as well. Our increases also include the addition of the PIO Chief of Staff position reflected on the schedule, and the inclusion of the Human Resources Technicians and Payroll Technicians on the confidential salary schedule, and adjustments to the confidential and certificated directors schedules to reflect the scope of work. And so we recommend and request that the board approve the attached salary schedules that represent that 4% increase as attached.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vicure. Are there questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, we will move on to public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function or press *9 on your phone. There does not appear to be public comment at this time. Are there comments from trustees or a motion? Trustee Chang.
Well, I just wanted to speak a comment. I believe I'd speak for the board in this, and that all the board have been thinking about the sacrifices every educator, every administrator, every classified, every teacher has made this during this pandemic, and like there's really no number that can reflect how much the community appreciates everything everyone's done. And so we are going to vote on a number now, and also just know that there's just so much we know that everyone's done that just can't be quantified and can't be put to words.
Thank you. Are there, Trustee Blakely?
And I just wanted to say I echo Trustee Chang's sentiment, and I'm really grateful that our district is in the financial position to be able to keep all of our employees in the top quartile of salaries locally. So happy to recognize that.
Since no one's raising their hand to make a motion, would you like me to do this?
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler.
Okay. I recommend that the board approve the attached salary schedules that reflect the 4% increase for the 2021 school year for the employees as presented: principals, coordinators, and directors, confidential, classified, supervisorial, and preschool teachers.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Blakely, let the record reflect that the Board of Trustees voted unanimously to approve the attached salary schedules that reflect a 4% increase for the 2020-2021 school year for the employees as presented. We will now move on to item 6E, the tentative agreement with the California School Employees Association. Ms. Fickiord.
All right, so CSEA and our district negotiations teams have reached a tentative agreement for the current bargaining agreement. The TA includes a 4% salary increase effective July 1st of this 2020. The attached agreements were reached regarding retirement, compensation, professional growth, and MOUs for unit modification and participation in the CSE SAP, which has benefited our staff, our classified staff. And so we ask tonight that you approve the tentative agreement and salary increase as presented.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fickiord. Are there any questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, we will take public comment on this item. If you are a member of the public and you would like to comment, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. We do not appear to have public comment at this time. Are there comments or a motion from trustees?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the tentative agreement between the California School Employees Association and its chapter number 812 CSEA and the Mountain View Wisman School District as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
On a motion made by Trustee Berman and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, let the record reflect that the Board of Trustees has unanimously approved the tentative agreement between the California School Employee Association and the Mountain View Wisman School District as presented. And I know we are all quite relieved to be able to make the 4% increase in salaries that we have done this year. We've looked to other districts that haven't been able to do so. And so we're really thrilled to be in this position. We will now move on to item 7, review and discussion. We will start with item 7A, a public hearing regarding the renaming of Huff Elementary School. At 7:18 p.m., we will begin our public hearing with a presentation from Megan Henderson, our equity coach for the district. Ms. Henderson?
Yes, good evening. Sorry, I just got unmuting privileges, so I'm very grateful. Hello, everyone. Excellent. Well, it's really exciting to be able to come to you at this time, really to talk about the end of this year-long process that's been really, really valuable and rewarding. So I'll talk about some new things, obviously, that have come about, but I first want to also remind us kind of where we've come from. So I'm going to go ahead and hit present so that we can see the full screen. All right, can everybody see my screen? It should say renaming Huff a public hearing. Great.
Yes,
So,
again.
perfect, thank you. So I would also recognize that we may have members of the public here, right, who wish to listen to the presentation and comment thereafter. So I will try to be brief and make sure that I leave room for that. So renaming Frank L. Huff Elementary School, I want to revisit some of the reasons why we chose to rename Frank L. Huff Elementary School after calls from the community and really all stakeholder groups, including students from the community, and increased visibility of issues of equity in our district, and increased activism and civic responsibility, right, that we've really benefited from as a community. Of course, alignment to the strategic plan, both new and old strategic plans, and the fact that naming institutions really guide our commitments and outcomes. And that's really important to consider, especially as we embarked on this process that took a lot of work, a lot of time, and a lot of thoughtfulness from lots of different people. And of course, the fact that, you know, we as an institution and as a district value diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging in our space. And so that's been something really important to consider as we've embarked on this renaming process. And of course, our connection to the strategic plan is really strong, and especially the new strategic plan, where it outlines inclusive and supportive culture and maintains that every student, staff, family, and community member will feel valued and supported while working, learning, and partnering with Mountain View Wisdom School District. And so this is really the foundation upon which we made the decision to do the name change, and it's guided us throughout. So I want to review the process. So one of the first actions that we took as a community was to form a citizens advisory committee according to the board policy of facility naming, where 17 members from multiple stakeholder groups of the Huff community were convened in 7 different meetings throughout the school year. As a part of the process, we also deployed a thought exchange using the thought exchange platform, a survey with the Huff parent community back in December of 2020. And it helped to prioritize and clarify the values and virtues of that particular community. Using the thought exchange data, our Citizens Advisory Committee developed a rubric using multiple data sources. The rubrics featured priorities of Huff and the priorities of the district. And that rubric was, of course, used later on to evaluate all of the different namesake candidates that were going to be put forward. And of course, lots of research was completed to look and vet at the list of candidates that were put forward. And the Citizens Advisory Committee members participated in that research and vetting. I'm very grateful to them as a collective body who came together and really were so thoughtful and thorough. Of course, after that, we scored the candidates using the rubrics, multiple rounds of scoring and analysis to make sure that we were making the best decision using the information that we had from both the district and the Huff community. A lot of really fruitful and amazing discussions were had during those meetings to help distill the list. It wasn't an easy process. We had a lot of incredible candidates put forward. And so our CAC really had a tough time, but an important job to distill the list. We ended up presenting the superintendent with a final 3 namesake candidates based on the scoring of the CAC. And then the final 3 candidates were put through an enhanced vetting process with multiple stakeholder groups. So we reached out to the leadership team, right? The PTA President's Executive Board, Mountain View Education Foundation, and the District Advisory Committee, so that all of those groups could collectively use the same rubrics the CAC developed and provide their feedback on each of the final 3 namesake candidates. So the final CAC meeting, which happened this past May, was to help craft a narrative and brainstorm sustainability and educational opportunities regarding all of the namesake candidates that were put forward to make sure that whatever name was chosen, right, we were going to make sure as a collective body that we were able to provide a really meaningful experience for all stakeholder groups moving forward, not just in the year that we rename, but in the years following, because that was really important. and something that the Huff community didn't really have in the past, and something that we wanted, moving forward, to make sure that we had that education piece surrounding the name. And then, of course, the final 3 candidates were presented to the superintendent, and all of the results and feedback were, of course, distilled and given to the superintendent. Here's where we are. This is the same timeline that you've seen many, many times. So as you can see, we've made it all the way down to nearing the bottom, right, where there's school board engagement. So today, of course, we're consulting the board via public hearing, and June 17th, you'll be asked to make a really difficult decision about the final renaming candidate. But of course, it doesn't stop there. We've got to make sure that we submit all necessary paperwork to local, county, and state officials regarding the name change, and of course, place orders for any visible assets, marquees, signage, letterhead, and art. Just a reminder, here is our rubric. You've seen it before, so I'm not gonna, to go over it entirely, but you'll see here it was a Likert scale measuring alignment, how strongly or loosely aligned was this candidate to the district considerations and the Huff considerations. So this was used throughout, not only with our CAC, but of course all of the other bodies and groups that were asked to rate the namesake candidates. And as you know, the top 3 namesake candidates were all incredible. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Katherine Johnson, and Amy M.I. all made the short list of final 3 candidates. And so all of those groups that I talked about previously were asked to rate all 3 namesake candidates, not in a ranking order, but rather separately and objectively using the rubric. This is the information, of course, that you've already seen provided about the 3 candidates. And again, the groups that were solicited for feedback most recently was the district leadership team. And of course, for those of you who may not know, the district leadership team is made up of principals and cabinet members, as well as leadership from some of the organizations that we partner with in the community. The PTA executive board, made up of all the PTA presidents from all the different schools. MVEF, of course, Mountain View Education Foundation, Executive Board, the District Advisory Committee made up of multiple stakeholder groups, and of course, the Renaming Citizens Advisory Committee also voted. And so here are really the results of all of the voting, right? So all of the scores that I collected from all of those different committees. What I did is I averaged each of them based on the district and the Huff considerations. So altogether, let me see here. Altogether, Ruth Bader Ginsburg received a total average score of 26.76. Again, very high if you consider it's out of 30, and it was very close. So it's kind of hard to distill, based on rating, because they're so prolific, and all incredible in their own right. But this did provide a level of objectivity that was helpful. Katherine Johnson with a score of 27.14. So you can see very close. You can see all of the different averages throughout. And of course, Amy and I received the highest score of 27.303. But of course, it was very, very close because all 3 candidates, of course, were beloved and admired by all of the people in our district for many different reasons. So with that, I'm actually going to hand it over to our incredible superintendent, who's going to make his official recommendation based upon the data and all of the feedback and input that we've collected and distilled. So Dr. Rudolph, take it away.
All right, thanks, Ms. Henderson. I just want to thank you as well as the Citizens Advisory Committee for all the hard work that you've done to get us this far. Obviously, I'm a little upset that you didn't choose Allende Rudolph Elementary School, but we'll save that for another day. Not a problem. We'll let it go. But it is my pleasure to recommend to the board that we rename Frank L. Huff Elementary to Amy and My Elementary School. Not only is she a favorable candidate, but I think her historical significance in Mountain View is second to none. And I think obviously, as we've seen through the emails and as well as just having different people talk about her volunteerism in the community as well as in our schools, she clearly has had a lasting impact on the lives of our students in our community. And so obviously the board won't vote today, but it will come back. But it is, I think she's the clear cut winner. Not saying that Katherine Johnson or Ruth Bader Ginsburg are not important candidates, but I think just similar to Vargas, where we found someone who has a local connection and really represents the ideas that we were looking for and could, promote or be a role model for our kids. We've lucked up again in finding someone who was in our community and serves as a role model again for our students as well as our community members.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Ms. Henderson, if you could stop screen sharing.
Of course.
Thank you. Are there questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, if you are a member of the public and you would like to comment on the superintendent's recommendation for renaming Huff Elementary School during this public hearing, you can raise your hand in Zoom by using the raise hand function. There are 3 small dots at the bottom right of the participant window, and if you click on those dots, it will raise your hand in the participant window. You can also press *9 on your phone, and I will wait briefly to see how many people we may have who would wish to speak on this item and allocate time accordingly. All right, we have 2 members of the public who would like to comment on this item. So you will each have 3 minutes to comment. We will start with Mr. Bob Matsumoto. Mr. Matsumoto, we're going to put a timer up, and as soon as the timer is up, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking. You are ready to begin.
Good evening, everyone, and to the Honorable Board of Trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment. My name is Bob Matsumoto. I'm I'm the president of the Mountain View Buddhist Temple. And actually I want to show my video, but I can't seem to do that. But anyways, again, my name is Bob Matsumoto from the Mountain View Buddhist Temple. I'm here in support to the renaming of the school to Amy Imai. Amy, I've known Amy before she passed for many, many years. It was a great honor to have known her. She had made a huge impact at the Mountain View Buddhist Temple, where she was a very, very active member, her and her family. And she had inspired many of us in many, many ways. And we've learned a lot from what she taught us. She gave so much of herself to the temple and to the broader Mountain View community. So I am in support of Amy, and I echo all of the testimonials that have been given through the official recommendations. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matsumoto. I will point out we had a 3rd hand go up because we usually allocate at least 10 minutes to an item, and then I divide the time amongst the 10 minutes, and now we have 4 hands up. Mr. Matsumoto finished in under 2 minutes. So since we have 8 speakers and we've already had one under 2 minutes, we will have 2 minutes for the remaining 3 speakers so that we are able to hear everyone. So next will be Ms. Naomi Nakano Matsumoto. You may unmute yourself when you're ready.
Good evening. Thank you, President Conley and honorable trustees. My name is Naomi Nakano Matsumoto, and I am a colleague of yours on the Fremont Union High School District Board, and I only say that because we can't show our faces, so you may not recognize me by just my name. And I also wanted to say hello to Superintendent Rudolph. I really appreciate this opportunity to speak to you. I think that I understand what a difficult decision you have to make. You have some very exceptional candidate namesakes, and I'm really pleased with the fact that they are all women. But I think you have a clear choice in Amy Imai, and I'm not going to go over all the great attributes that she has because people have already talked about that. But she is a role model. I mean, Huff School is 42% Asian Pacific Islander, and I think that would be a great way to show our students, the fact that we recognize Asian Pacific Islanders and the contribution of women. Amy is, I didn't get to know her very well, or for very long because I didn't grow up here, but Amy was, I see as someone who is an informal educator. She was not a teacher by profession, but she was always educating. And I think that by the fact that having her name on a school gives people thought to say, well, why is this school named Amy Imai? And then it provides the opportunity to provide education, to learn more about the history of Japanese Americans, Asian Americans, the indigenous communities, all of our communities that have grown and contributed to the Mountain View community. So my time is up, but thank you very much for considering Amy Imai.
Thank you very much. We will move on to our next speaker, Miss Leslie Imai. You have 2 minutes. You may unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Imai, and Amy Imai was my mother-in-law and an exceptional woman. I'd like to express my heartfelt support for Amy as the new namesake for Huff Elementary School. From the moment I met Amy, she warmly welcomed me into the family and made me feel at home. To Amy, it was especially important to be involved, educate others, and encourage tolerance and cultural understanding in our community, the government, and the world. I know that you've all learned about her life, her contributions to the community, and her desire to make a difference in passing through this life. I was really excited to hear that Doreen Call presented information about Amy and the other candidates to the students and the staff at Huff. And while the students were familiar with the other candidates, I was a little sad to hear that they were unaware of the internment camps and the impact that they had on the Japanese American community. However, I was really encouraged that upon hearing about Amy's story, that many of the students embraced the information and that they were independently went on to learn more about the internment camps. So maybe through the renaming of the school after Amy, it might provide a reminder to us about the need for continued education on tolerance. I'm really proud and grateful that Amy's nomination and selection as a finalist for the elementary school. And I urge you to consider her as the new namesake for Huff Elementary School. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you very much, Ms. Imai. And it looks like Lisa Soto, you took your hand down. So I believe we are done with public comment. The board also very much appreciates written comment as well. So if there are other comments that people wanted to make or share with the Board of Trustees, you can always email us at trustees@mvwsd.org. We have received a lot of communication around the renaming. I will now move to comments from trustees. Trustee Berman and then Trustee Chang.
I just want to thank everyone who submitted emails letting us know what an inspiration Amy and I was to them. It was just a pleasure reading them, reading about their experience with her, lessons learned, what a role model she was. And I felt like it was such a gift to me because I got to learn about this exceptional community member. So I really want to thank everyone who wrote in. And just to share personally, I didn't learn about the Japanese internment camp until I was in college. And then it really inspired me to take more history classes and to learn more about everything I didn't learn in elementary school and in middle school and in high school. So the fact that she shared her story with the young people in our community is just really amazing. So thank you to everyone who wrote in and shared their stories.
Thank you, Trustee Berman. Trustee Chang.
Thank you. the timing of this renaming is just so appropriate with all that's going on with the concerns among the Mountain View's AAPI community about current violence and impressions of otherness that we see. And, I think it's so powerful that right now we have this chance to tell this story, because narrative schools, the names have such a potential to be a storytelling vehicle. And, when Amy and I was 11, when our government decided to send her to Heart Mountain, and one can only imagine, here Hupp Elementary School, our kids are that age, and one can only imagine how Amy had felt and the questions she had about how the government targeted her as other and without due process incarcerated her and her family, and just kind of the arc of history that through her life's work that our city now has a chance to name our school after her. And during this time when a lot of our kids are having questions, our own Mountain View kids having questions about, is it safe to go back to school? Are my elderly relatives safe here in the Bay Area? I think that this renaming kind of reminds them of this kind of beautiful course of our country's history if we stay committed, that you may, as a child right now, be scared and uncertain and have questions. And later in your life, your name may be on that of a school. So I think this is such a beautiful story, and it's been a beautiful process, this renaming. Thank you, President Conley.
Thank you, Trustee Chang. Trustee Blakely?
Yes, I just want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. And although I'm super impressed by Katherine Johnson and Ruth Bader Ginsburg is a personal favorite of mine, I don't think this is going to be a difficult decision. Everybody keeps saying it is. Amy Mai just sounds like an incredible woman. I wish I could have met her, but like Trustee Berman said, it was really special to get to read about her from so many different community members who wrote in. And I am super grateful that we have the opportunity to name a school after her.
Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, so I have a little show and tell here. So I actually have a Katherine Johnson doll, and I've got a Ruth Bader Ginsburg doll, bobblehead. And I think it's, as Ms. Henderson said, it's very meaningful that we were able to get 3 highly qualified female candidates for this prestigious naming. And, regarding Ruth Bader Ginsburg, she is a historic leader in women's rights. If you haven't seen the movie On the Basis of Sex, I highly recommend it to you. So, one of my heroes. Katherine Johnson, a lot of people have seen the movie Hidden Figures. If you haven't seen it, go see it. Another, super qualified female professional who, I would have been honored to name the school after her as well. And now maybe I'm going to make a handmade doll of Amy Imai, but I too am thrilled that we have a local hero that is also very meaningful to the community and to civil rights. So Ruth Bader Ginsburg makes a point for feminism and for anti-Semitism. Katherine Johnson makes a point for feminism and anti-racism. And now Amy Imai makes a point for feminism and anti-Asian American Pacific Islander discrimination. So I think we're very fortunate. I definitely plan to vote for Amy Imai, and I'm thrilled that I'm on a board that we're able to do this. So, and I thank, I join my fellow trustees in saying thank you for sending us all this information. I would like to say one more thing. An additional component for me, and I really appreciated the rubric that Megan Henderson set out and that people worked through. But a component for me that was especially meaningful is how meaningful is this candidate going to be to our community? So, you know, as much as I admire Ruth Bader Ginsburg, I don't think it's, you know, a huge thing to her family, or Katherine Johnson. I don't think it'd be a huge thing to their family, but to the city of Mountain View, and to hear the, you know, the testimonials of commenters and letter writers, this is major. So a reason for us to select Amy Imai is that, you know, she's very important to our individual community.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. I will add my comments before we close out this hearing, but I also wanted to echo my fellow trustees in thanking everyone who has communicated with the board about this. We received letter after letter after letter describing Amy Imai's life and her impact on the community. And, you know, it's been over a year since we began this renaming process. It takes us a while to make change, but I think the thoroughness of the communication and the community input that went into this decision, kind of the measured steps that Ms. Henderson took in facilitating it, the dedicated work of the Citizens Advisory Committee, and then also all of the input from other stakeholder groups was incredibly valuable in reaching this point. And then I'm also just incredibly moved to be at this point. When we first talked about, and the trustees have heard me say this over and over again, when we first talked about renaming this school, I personally wanted to find someone who represented the very groups of people that unfortunately have had discriminated against. I wanted to close the circle of justice and have some healing here to recognize in the period where he was anti-immigrant, he was anti-Chinese and Japanese immigrants who helped build Mountain View, who are a part of our community. And there is power in righting that wrong by renaming this school in honor of someone from Japanese ancestry, and also someone who dedicated so much of her life after surviving an internment camp to contributing to her community. She went into schools and volunteered to teach children, to talk to them about her own experiences in the internment camp. And I want to say thank you to, when this first came up and I was looking for a candidate to suggest, because board members were allowed to submit names, I reached out to the Mountain View Historical Association, who were extremely helpful. Former Mayor Abby Kogat, who recommended Amy Imai, and also our current Mayor Ellen Kamei. And I want to thank them for their suggestions and support as well, because I think that we have, you know, we still have to vote on this at our next meeting. But I think that we are incredibly fortunate to have found such an amazing and honorable person to name this school site after and to teach our children about. And, you know, everyone is welcome in our school district and everyone is valued. And Amy Imai is a beacon of compassion and perseverance and remembrance for all of us. With that, we will end this public hearing at 7:48 p.m. And thank you to everyone who attended to speak on that. We will now move on to item 7B. This is a presentation. I realized that we did have a comment from somebody. This is a presentation by community member Bill Lambert. I should call him the Honorable Bill Lambert. He was a former board member. He is a Mauna Loma resident. He is representing himself this evening, but not the Mauna Loma neighborhood as a whole. That was some comments that were sent in and how we had arranged our agenda. We had miswritten that. Mr. Lambert, you have 6 minutes to present to the board. I don't know if you have slides you wanted to send in to be shared or not.
Yes, I did send in slides. You should have a copy, and Nancy Rodriguez.
Okay, let me pull them up real quick to make sure we have it. All right. I'm going to open them. Dr. Rudolph, do you have a copy as well?
Yep, I think Shelley was going to.
Is Shelley going to run the slides?
Sure, I can put them up, no problem.
Okay, we'll get it set up for you, Mr. Lambert. Thank you for your patience. I think it came in after we had started the meeting.
Yes, we did it. We did it late. Things
Okay,
being what they are.
I was just
Okay.
worried I had missed it. And then because there won't be a timer on the screen, I will set a timer when you are ready to begin for the 6 minutes.
Yeah, I have it pretty well timed, so thank you very much. May I start?
Yes, please do.
Okay, Board President Conley, trustees, Mountain View Wistman School District staff, and community members. I thank you for allowing me to make a brief presentation about Montaloma as a preface to the staff's presentation and the board's discussion. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, Jessica Chohan, Hillary Miller, Robin Lynn, Jim Ziorsky, and Vivek Chopra. But before I begin, I would like to make a few clarifications, as President Conley alluded to. We want to make it very clear that we requested time to speak during the board meeting this evening, and President Conley generously allowed us to present despite your packed agenda. I also need to credit President Conley for coming up with the title for the agenda, not myself. In making our request, we never claimed to be representing the Montaloma community, and anything we say in this presentation should not be interpreted to represent the opinions and positions of any individual or group living in the Montaloma area other than ourselves. Slide 2, please. Ever since I served on the board with Trustee Chang, I've known him to be a strong, if not intense, advocate for the social emotional wellness of our children and students. For the past 10 years that I have known and worked with Trustee Wheeler, she has taken every opportunity to recite the mantra of early childhood education for all students in Mountain View. With the support of Trustees Chang and Wheeler, along with the other trustees and the district leadership and staff, these values are now incorporated as strategic goals for the Mountain View Wistman School District. As you know much better than I, the social and emotional health of our students is supported by the health of our community. As has been personally emphasized to each of us during this past year of the pandemic, our ability to access parks and open space is fundamental to our well-being. To focus on our children, the local neighborhood park is where our toddlers first learn to interact with other kids, where kids learn to play together, and where they take their first steps toward being independent. The local neighborhood parks are where families have picnics, moms and dads play with their children, and grandparents can keep fit and enjoy their grandchildren. The local neighborhood parks are also where our children learn to play individual and organized activities and sports. All of this supports the social and emotional health of everyone in the community and prepares our children for their education at our schools. The district has also set diversity and inclusion as a strategic priority. For many neighborhoods in Mountain View, the school green spaces are the only large areas that are available to our families and kids. These same neighborhoods are experiencing dramatic residential growth, which will place even more pressure on the limited green space. Without access to parks and open space, we are indirectly impacting those families in our community who need walkable access to local neighborhood parks the most. Slide 3, please. The idea of reimagining Montaloma Park and the green space has been proposed as a way to better meet the needs of the school, the community, and the city. The Montaloma neighborhood and school were built in the mid-1950s on a site of an orchard. At that time, there was plenty of land to spread out. Now, with the exploding commercial and residential growth in Mountain View, land is at a premium, and it's time to think about better ways to envision shared use of our land, thus reimagining Montaloma Park. What exactly reimagining means? Well, that's for all of us to work together to figure out and to decide, and then to make a reality. During the past several months, many of us have spent much time participating in the working group in one way or another. The working group did serve to provide a valuable role as a publicly visible forum for the stakeholders to discuss the future of Montaloma Park. Without a new process in place, however, the community representatives and many others have misgivings about abruptly ending the working group. Ending the working group leaves many questions unresolved, including, for example, what will the communication among the stakeholders look like during the reimagining process? Or what provisions will be made for interim access to the park and green space while we work together to make the reimagining a reality? In addition, as shown on the slide, we are looking for the board to give direction on various other aspects of the process going forward, including responsibilities, timelines, and expectations. Slide 4, please. One of the most immediate requests is for the board to give direction about the use of the park and green space during the summer months and during the next school year while the reimagining process proceeds. For this, we are requesting that the community have all-day access to certain portions of the park and green space. Slide 5. As part of the reimagining process, we should keep in mind that Mountain View is undergoing accelerating residential growth, and we must take this opportunity to consider how that will impact Montaloma as a community, as a school, as a park, and as a green space, and do our best to plan not only for the current needs, but for the needs that we anticipate in the years to come. Finally, we would like to thank the Montaloma community for doing a great job abiding by the new rules for park use after 60+ years of informal collaboration, collaboratively working together with the district. We are proud to be members of the Montaloma community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lambert. Are there questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, if you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand using the raise hand function in Zoom or by pressing *9 on your phone. If this is one of your first times participating in public comment in the Mountain View Wisdom School Board meetings, I'll outline the process really quick for people. And again, when we go on to our next item, the board had at our retreat in January agreed to allocate 10 minutes to items on the agenda for public comment. And that means that if there are 3 speakers, each speaker will have 3 minutes. But if there are 5 speakers, each speaker would have 2 minutes. And when we reach a total of 10 speakers, if there are more speakers after that, we allocate 1 minute per speaker, up to 20 minutes. I see that we have 2 people who have raised their hand. So I'm going to close the time to raise your hand now. All right, we got that third one came in as I said that, so we'll count her. But could you, if at all possible, I'm going to allocate 3 minutes to each of these speakers because there are only 3 of them for the 10 minutes that we have set aside for public comment on this. And we will start with, I apologize, I can't read your full name. Tim McKenzie. We're going to get a timer up for you for 3 minutes, and I'll let you know. All right, you may unmute yourself and begin, Tim.
Hi, my name is Tim McKenzie. I use he, him pronouns. I've been a Montaloma resident for several years. I just want to speak up and thank the Honorable Mr. Lambert for giving that presentation. I know he gave the caveat at the beginning that he's not only representing the people whose names were spoken, but I want to add my voice as a member of the Montaloma community. I thank you very much for giving that presentation. I also want to echo the surprise and shock that the Montaloma Working Group has been disbanded so suddenly. I'm actually fairly active in city politics, and it was incredibly surprising to me last fall when suddenly I heard that there were going to be fences around the park in my neighborhood. And I happened to be at city council for another meeting, and then suddenly it was presented as if it was a done deal. That was pretty shocking to me. Then this as the neighborhood came together, this working group was created. I thought this was going to be the process for having community engagement, but now it's been disbanded, which was very strange. And the first working group meeting was facilitated by the fencing architecture firm. That in itself, that it just looks to me like small town corruption that you thought would go unnoticed. That's my cynical take, and I'd love to see evidence to the contrary, but the disbanding of the working group and ability for the community to participate doesn't really bode well. I'm really baffled by this process and what has been going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. Our next public speaker will be Tiffany. Tiffany, you may unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, yeah, I'd just like to, I'm going to second a lot of what was just said, supporting what Tim just stated about the fact that the working group was facilitated by the fencing company contractor, which to me also is very questionable and doesn't seem unbiased. I'd like to second also my support for what Mr. Lambert presented. It was very worrying to me as well that the working group was suddenly disbanded, and whereas that process seemed to be giving the community a voice, it feels now that that voice has been lost, and how all the stakeholders' opinions and will be met as the process goes forward. It's worrying, and it's worrying that money is being spent on this and time that is being spent on it for, to me, in my opinion, a needless venture, because the fence isn't going to make things any safer. Policy change needs to make things safer. It's a shame. It's a shame. It's just things don't move on and the money isn't spent where it could really help with extra yard duty to actually make a difference to the kids. And that's it. Thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Tiffany. We will now move on to our third speaker. This is a phone number that begins with 650. You may press *6 to unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes when you are ready. I'm going to try. Oh, there you go.
Thank you. This is Stephen Nelson. I just wanted to thank former trustee Lambert for his presentation. And the main thing I think that's important in this is not that President Conley, you didn't do a great job of making the staff relook what they were doing about going ahead with this without involving the community better. I think that's just the normal kind of mistake people make in doing their job. Unfortunately, it's been a little bit too much. The Save Cooper Park neighborhood had to do the same thing. So the main thing I would say about Trustee Lambert, he brought back that is the board that is in charge of public policy. It is the direction of the board that sets what the staff has to do, or they're going to get evaluated in such a way that maybe their salaries will be cut. So you need to take control, you being the majority of the board, even if there's some dissension, in what Mr. Lambert talked about. Take responsibility for providing direction. And I'm not sure, are you guys the ones who took responsibility for having this input committee discontinued? It doesn't matter whether anybody over here in Bub or around Huff is involved in this, but this is something that the local community is really important that they be involved in it. So That's my comments. It should have been in 1 minute and 30 seconds. I can't see it. That's all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nelson. Trustees, are there questions? I'm sorry, are there comments from trustees? We are going to have an agenda item on the Mauna Loma Perimeter Control Project next. I'm assuming, Mr. Borda, that your hand is raised for that presentation because we had asked for comments and allocated time before the speakers began speaking. So please stay with us and you're first in the queue. Yes, Trustee Blakely.
I just wanted to say that I do have comments that I would like to make, but I was going to save them until we talk about the next item from Mauna Loma. So I appreciate the presentation and the community input.
I agree. I appreciate the presentation and the community input. And yes, because there is a presentation coming about this topic, I will be discussing this in more depth with that presentation. All right, thank you very much, trustees. And thank you, Mr. Lambert. We will now move on to item 7C, the Mauna Loma Perimeter Control Project. Trustees, we have been on since 5. Do we need a quick bio break before we begin? Because yes. I anticipate this will be a substantial item. All right, thank you. We ask for your patience, members of the public. We will take a 3-minute quick break and we will be right back so that we can be focused and attentive during this next agenda item. All right, thank you, everyone. We will now begin the item 7C, Mauna Loma Perimeter Control Project, with a presentation from Dr. Westover, the Chief Business Officer.
Good evening. Let me pull up my presentation. Okay. So tonight I'll be doing an update on the Mauna Loma Perimeter Control Project, and then I'll also be giving a little background for people that maybe have not been part of the process the whole time. So connecting it back to our board goals. So our strategic plan 2021, goal 5 is resource stewardship, making sure that students, staff, and community members have access to various resources and facilities. In our new strategic plan 2027, goal area 5 is making sure that facilities and resources equitably serve all students. Some of our guiding information is making sure that we have the safety of students and staff at the forefront. We receive feedback during the master facility planning process, as well as our safety town hall in April of 2018. We also value sharing the district fields and playgrounds. We have a partnership with the community that's valued. The school district owns the land, and the city maintains the grass and then uses it for community recreation leagues through this partnership. So the master facility plan. 2 weeks ago, I touched on these slides, but I wanted to review it again for people that were not aware of our master facility plan. So the board approved a 10-year master facility plan that accommodated growth while prioritizing the work ahead based on our needs and input from the community. The plan was board approved on December 12th, prior to Measure T passing. The new MFP continues the planning efforts of the previous plan in 2010 and is a solid foundation for student growth and upgrades to infrastructure. And it also informs our bond Measure T. Part of this process was gathering stakeholder input to discuss the master facility plan. All school communities discussed potential solutions to the growth in the district, including new schools in North Bayshore and East Wistman, reusing leased properties, expanding capacity of existing schools, potentially redrawing school boundaries. We also discussed grade level schools, and we also included feedback from an online thought exchange. So the master facility planning process, in short, was a very robust process that involved many, many stakeholders. The MFP describes how the district will modernize and utilize existing school campuses for safety and operational efficiency, short-term growth, and long-term growth. This is an infographic that we used prior to the bond passing. And as you'll notice, all school sites but Vargas show that we would be looking at perimeter controls and monitoring access onto campus during school hours. So because we had the master facility plan, we were able to have cost savings. So we were able to take on several projects earlier than the master facility plan and we had cost savings. So the district was able to add projects to our priority 1 list, such as bipolar ionization and the carport at Vargas. Currently, we have $17.6 million in funds that are unallocated for priority 1 items. Again, this is because of the planning before the bond passed. The master facility plan outlined all of our priority 1 projects. So when the bond passed, we were able to start tackling them right away. So what is the need? Safety, again, is one of our #1 priorities. Securing our campuses to deter school violence and protect students and staff was a priority with the community in the Safety Town Hall of 2018. Fences as well as cameras were listed in the master facility plan as a priority 1 need. And fences and security cameras are deterrents. It stops individuals from walking onto campus during hours and also prevents students from encountering dogs at school. Each day, we're responsible for the safety of 5,200 students and more than 600 staff members. While many of us enjoy the open campus feel, the reality is our staff members regularly have to approach people on campus who are not authorized to be there. We have had dog bites and bike thefts. Parents and staff members have also shared their concerns about potential violent events. This is an example of an incident log that is kept at Mauna Loma. So we asked Mauna Loma to keep track of every time they needed to approach an individual for being on campus in an area that they weren't supposed to be in. It ranges from a man cycling through campus and coming out through the front gate to a dog without a leash on the field and blacktop. So these are examples of some of the things that the school site is managing each day. And some of these I guess, events or incidences are when a parent is with a young child on the wrong playground and they have to approach the parent to ask them to leave the playground so students can come out for recess. So it's a variety of different incidences that happen. So we had some previous proposals before we started with the Mauna Loma working group. After the community meetings, it was clear that our proposals did not meet the needs of the stakeholders. So I'll walk you through what our previous proposals were. In the bottom right-hand corner is our original proposal. You'll notice that the fence is on the right-hand side of the tot lot to provide access during the day to the community. And then the fence runs along the back side of the backstop, leaving all of the pathways from the Anna Gate to Laurel open for community use. During the feedback process, this was not seen as something that would work for the community. So we had our second proposal, which is in the upper left hand, which is more in alignment with what we have done at other school sites, where we're simply connecting fences that are already in existence. And this proposal was also did not meet the needs of the community. We also worked with an architect to design a park-like entrance, very similar to Eagle Park right down the street. This is another example mirroring the architecture that's already at Monte Loma. So to find a solution, the Mauna Loma work group is formed and consisted of community members, teachers and staff, city representatives, and parents. And the group worked to identify uses of the Mauna Loma field. And data suggests the school field is used regularly by many stakeholders. I'll go through a few slides now from some of the work groups process. So we tried to outline all of the different uses that the different groups had. So this is school use, city, park, and recreation use, community usage, and parents and PTA. So where are we right now? The working group helped highlight the need for more solutions based on data. And the discussion of the group illuminated that there are multiple items that need to be addressed for the field to serve both the school and community. Data collected from the work group shed light on the usage of space by the community during the school day and after. Data collected by the school between March 18th and May 18th includes 111 incidences on the campus. The district and city are proposing a redesign of the field area so we're able to meet the needs of all stakeholders. Over the years, the district and city have collaborated on many projects, and the plan is to do the same for the Mauna Loma school field. Some examples of past collaboration include the Graham and Crittenden tracks and Permanente Creek Trail near Crittenden. And the district and city will use feedback collected as part of the design process. Currently, there seems to be a misconception that the community will not be involved in this process, and I think it's the exact opposite. The Mauna Loma work group was a very small group of community members, parents, and stakeholders to advise the superintendent on how we could place potential fences. And we're envisioning this as a much, much larger process involving the broader community and more individuals, because it is so important to hear more voices. So for the process, the design of a school or school field park will likely take many years. As the city and the district work to define a process, there is no intention to add new perimeter fencing. The first step in the process is to create a process for collaboration. And then the process will be defined next year and it will be communicated to the public once it's defined. Working with an architect, the city and city staff, we plan to hold multiple meetings to collect community members' input. This is intended to be an inclusive process of all stakeholders. And just because this is the end of the Mauna Loma work group, but the next phase of a dynamic process of gathering community input. While the process is ongoing, the city and district will use the communication channels recently used during the work group process. We also plan to place new signage to show residents the areas that are accessible to the public during the day. So to talk through a little bit what our communication process will look like right now, at the May 27th Mauna Loma Working Group meeting, the district and city announced the idea of reimagining the green space. Tomorrow, June 4th, the city and district will send a joint letter about the design process. And then early next week, the city and district will send joint communication on field access during the summer. And I wanted to talk through a little bit about what does collaboration look like when we send a joint letter. This is something that takes a lot of back and forth between the district and city. So for the letter that will be going out, this lists all of the different meetings we've had to discuss what should be in the letter, as well as drafts that went back and forth between the city and the district. So on May 5th, we had our initial meeting. May 12th, we had a second meeting. In between May 20th, May 21st, 25th, and 26th, we were having discussions about the draft, as well as communication timelines. May 27th was the date of the Mauna Loma Working Group. Then on the May 28th, 31st, June 1st, and June 2nd, we had more communication back and forth about the joint letter, as well as a meeting to finalize the communication. So wanting to highlight to the public that the district and city do work together on joint communications, but it also takes a lot of collaboration and a lot of coordination between the two groups. For use during the summer, we are finalizing signage and plans for the summer with the city currently, and information will be sent out early next week, which I mentioned earlier. Summer school will be held at Mauna Loma, so it's important that we keep student safety at the forefront, even during the summer. Our students are not yet eligible for vaccinations, so that's another added layer that we want to make sure that we're protecting the students. So the addition of a Priority 1 project. This is the area that we're proposing that we reorient the field. The potential project area is 250,000 square feet, and the preliminary cost estimate for a project of this size and scope would be in the range of 6.2 million to 7.5 million. Through Measure T, we have a pool of architects and landscape architects that we can pull from. And part of the process of pulling an architect and a landscape architect in is to help us with this community process, because this is what they do for a living. This is what they specialize in finding solutions in spaces that multiple people, individuals, and groups use. And one of the reasons we want to bring an architect on board is because it can help us reimagine the process. So staff is requesting that the field reorientation be added as a Priority 1 project. Perimeter controls were listed as a Priority 1 project for all sites. At Mauna Loma, the playground modernization was listed as a Priority 2 project. The field reorientation would allow for a Priority 2 project to be moved up. So the idea is that we are taking a Priority 2 project, moving it up, as well as addressing a Priority 1 project in the process. And then I wanted to open it up for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Thank you for that presentation. Trying to get a sense of the past designs. When I'm looking at the perimeter maps for the schools, sometimes the fence is labeled in some sites as ornamental and then some not. Can you describe what does it mean when a picture says ornamental fence?
Sure.
Other sites?
Yeah, ornamental fencing is what you see at the majority of our school sites in the front of the school. So it's the iron fencing.
Willow fence. So I know Monte Loma is being held separately, but for the other designs for the other schools, so I get a sense of where Monte Loma's initial designs were. Are all fences 6 feet, regardless of ornamental or not, in the end result?
Yes.
Are there further questions from trustees? I had a couple of quick questions. So my understanding is that for the process of selecting an architect or landscape architect for the project, we would put out a request for proposals, an RFP, and we have a selection committee that goes over the response to that request. And we have already been talking with the city about the city having a representative and then us having representative on that selection committee that would then choose the landscape architect or architect, so that there would be city and district input in actually choosing that architect?
Yes, you're absolutely correct.
Okay. And then my experience from being on the Parks and Recreation Commission was that when the city, who, you know, redesigning and designing parks is their bread and butter, when they have gone through this process for their sites, they have used architects and landscape architects to facilitate the process for community input by having large community input meetings with multiple stakeholders over multiple sessions, recording that information, bringing it back to the Parks and Recreation Commission to share, and then the Parks and Recreation Commission making recommendations to the City Council as well. One of my, it's a long lead up to a question, but my understanding was the working group was not a large community input process. It was a focused community input process. And it was specifically, it wasn't a board committee, it was an advisory committee to the superintendent, yes?
Yes. So I'm so sorry, go ahead.
No. Well, and then kind of building off of that, in order to have broader community input, we would have to do something more open than the working group process. I'm trying to make sure I have kind of the reasoning mapped out very clearly.
I think your reasoning is spot on. I think from the Mauna Loma work group, as we were going through all the uses of this space, it really became clear that the community as a whole uses that space a lot, and we needed a broader process if we were going to reimagine the space. We needed an ability to bring more community members in, because in the Mauna Loma working group, there were only 2 community members. And we were receiving input that people had lots to share, and we want to be able to hear them in a broader process. And the landscape architect and architects are used to facilitating processes like this, and it's an iterative process. So we would hold community meetings with different groups. So we would have a community group, we would have a school group, multiple different groups, gather feedback. The architect would take the information, design what they think might meet the needs of all the different stakeholders. They'd bring it back out and say, did we hit the mark? They'd gather more input, then they'd try it again, and they'd bring it back out for more comment. And during this process, the community is having a back and forth with the architect, and it's coming to the board to also see the process of where we're at. So it's a much larger process than the Mauna Loma working group. The Mauna Loma working group is a much smaller process envisioned to advise the superintendent, and this is a much more robust process for community involvement.
And will this also involve presentation to the Parks and Recreation Committee, for example, or communications to City Council as well, so that there's not just opportunity within kind of facilitated conversation, but there are other public board meetings, but also public city meetings where people can give input as well?
Yes, that's our hope. Partnering with the city, having them be a part of every step so that they're able to keep council informed, and we can do presentations at City Council meetings as well.
Let's see. All right, I think those are all of my questions for now. Trustee Chang and then Trustee Berman.
Thank you. And just a reminder to those who are watching that there is a board Q&A on the website, and there are several questions that were asked in advance with some very detailed answers provided on district website. on many of these things on the Monte Loma. A question regarding summer access for this summer. I recognize that a lot of the school sites are doing construction. So we have summer schools at Monte Loma. We've been receiving messages about what is summer access for the neighborhood this summer. So what parts of the Monte Loma field park space will be available for school day usage during the summer?
Yeah, so we are working on finalizing the maps and communication with the city right now. We have been very thoughtful in partnering with the city and trying to make sure we can provide as much access as possible to the residents. So we'll be sending out maps. We have plans to have new A-frame signs that go up that have diagrams, as well as kind of wording of what the access hours are. And that will be sent out on Monday or Tuesday of next week.
And then Trustee Berman.
I had a similar question to Trustee Chang. I know that here in Monte Loma, where I also live, there's a lot of, there are many questions about summer access, and not just summer access, but access in the interim until we sort of figure out what our plan is going to be. And I guess I know that some of this will take a little bit of time, but I know that there's questions about the community being able to access the park through Anna over the summer, and if there'll be any sort of barrier or fence that goes up over the summer that keeps the community out of the park, which is a concern that I also heard. So I'm wondering if you can just quickly just speak to maybe those two items, and I look forward to hearing more about what those limits are during the summer, and hoping that our community has an opportunity to voice if they have any concerns.
Sure. Right now, we have no plans to install any type of fencing over the summer or in the interim. In terms of the Anna Gate, so the Anna Gate is the one that runs right at the back of the portables, right next to the playground that the children are on. That's really difficult for the school because people end up walking right next to the children or trying to cut through the blacktop and then walk through where the kids are playing. So the Anna Gate is particularly a little tricky for the school to manage because, of course, we can't have adults coming into contact with students during the day. But the other walkways are still open for community members to use. They might just have to walk around the corner in order to get to the top lot or the side of the field area.
And I just want to point out that this is for the hours of summer school and for the 19 days of summer school. This is not for the duration of the summer, but are considering that students have not been vaccinated. It is a consideration. It is something that we have to take into account to make sure that we're adhering to California Department of Public Health guidelines. So this is only for those 19 days and only for select hours. And the city is working with us to pull signs up and then put them down at the end of the day. So just so that people are aware of what hours we're talking about. And all that information, like Dr. Westover said, will be coming out Monday and Tuesday as we finalize the final areas. And I do want to point out that they have taken into account a lot of the feedback that community members have had, which is why, we both agree that we're going to try to pilot this to see if it works as we move into the school year.
And do we know what our summer school, we know what the summer school hours for what the hours are for the actual school program, right? I mean, I don't know if it's going to be any different for park access, but can you remind us what time school ends during the 19 days of summer?
Yeah, we have multiple summer school programs running on Monte Loma's campus, so it is the same as regular school hours.
Trustee Blakely.
Is there any way we can do any kind of mitigation, such as like a temporary, those plastic construction fences, or even like poles with ropes like they have at Disneyland, to make it clear to community members who are trying to use the Anna entrance that they are, only to go straight behind the baseball field? Because I did notice from that data that once we put the good signage up, it seemed like the incidence of people being on the facility inappropriately without checking in at the offices diminished significantly. So I'm just wondering if there's something we could do less than sort of saying you can't use that entrance at all.
Sure. I think it's something we're open to exploring with the city. Right now, we're working with the city on how we can provide the most access possible. I think, we're also trying to be mindful of not putting up any new fences. I think that was a concern I heard loudly from the community. So we want to balance a little bit of everything that we're hearing. I think that's something we can definitely explore. Part of what we're working on with the city right now is to pilot giving more field access with more signage to see if that's kind of a good happy medium with the community and also the students. So we're open to piloting everything that will work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. All right, we will now move on to public comment for this item. And I'll explain our public comment process if this is your first time attending a school board meeting. So the board had agreed in our retreat this year that we would allocate 10 minutes of public comment to each agenda item. And that 10 minutes is used to determine the amount of time that each speaker gets. But we don't want to go less than 1 minute per speaker. So for example, if there are 3 speakers, each speaker would get 3 minutes. When we have 10 speakers, each speaker gets a minute. And if it goes over 10, we continue taking speakers all the way up till 20 minutes with each speaker getting a minute. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to wait about 20 seconds. And if you would like to speak, this is the time to raise your hand using the raise hand function in Zoom. You can click on the participants tab at the bottom of the Zoom window, and it will pop out a little sidebar. And at the bottom of that sidebar, there are 3 little dots. And if you click on those dots, it will give you the option to raise your hand. And then when I stop that 20 seconds, we will allocate time for speakers based on the number of hands that are raised. As long as we don't go over 20 minutes, it will be pretty straightforward. And also, if you aren't comfortable speaking, we really appreciate all of the written comments that people send us. Every trustee reads them. I respond on behalf of the board, but it's usually a pretty, I can't say anything that would violate the Brown Act in those responses because it goes to all of the trustees, but we all read them. We very much appreciate them. We appreciate all the comments that have come in already as well. So I'm gonna wait for 20 seconds now for people to raise their hands.
President Conley, can we provide Ms. Lee, who's the principal at the school, has also raised her hand. Can we pull her out of that public comments and just give her the opportunity at the end, after all the comments have said, for her to speak? And then that way it assures that all 10 members that have raised their hand have.
To not have her count. Could she, I mean, should she have been part
You
of
can have
that
her speak now and just not count it as part of the 10. Is what I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Trustee Chang, do you have thoughts on that?
Well, I disagree with that idea. I think that if it's district staff, can we just treat it as part of the board presentation before we go to public comments, so they don't take public time?
I think that makes sense. So this gives people a little bit longer to get their hands up if they want to have their hands up. Principal Lee, would you like to address the board as part of the presentation?
All hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, trustees and attendees of this meeting. I just wanted to express thanks for this opportunity for our community to share their perspectives. And I really am hopeful for this process, for us to take the momentum and the feedback that we received, that I heard as part of that working group, to really move forward in a collaborative way. I'm excited for the opportunity to really re-envision what our fields might look like and how they could be used in multiple ways. Some of you might know that we have certain programs at Montaloma that really focuses on being an inclusive space for our students, especially those students who might have unique needs. And so I really welcome this opportunity. I will say though that this process has really opened my eyes to the need for hearing our community and making sure that we're working together, but also with the forefront of my role of learning happening at our school. And we know that learning cannot happen if our students don't feel safe, and that our staff don't feel safe. And we have definitely, having returned to school in hybrid in March, I really tried to be cognizant of where our teachers are focusing their time and their energy. And they've been doing a wonderful job working with our students and working with our parent community. But unfortunately, there have been incidences, including this Wednesday, where we had a community member walking a very well-behaved dog unleashed on the path, which I appreciated. That is definitely not always the case. Right by the tot lot, which one of my staff members was eating lunch and noticed visibly some of the adults watching the littles at the tot lot with a sense of concern, not knowing how this dog might react to the little ones there. So I think, though, it's an opportunity for us to kind of take everything in and really build something beautiful at Montaloma. So I encourage all of the hands that are raised and all of those community members who might be viewing this board meeting at a later date to try to keep open-minded at the possibility of what this could be. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Lee. All right. I will now wait 20 seconds for people to raise their hands for public comment, and then we will allocate time and begin. All right, let's see how many speakers we have. We have 10 speakers, so each speaker will be allocated 1 minute to address the board. We will get a timer up for you, and we will begin with Mr. Need. Mr. Need, you may unmute yourself and begin.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm a little surprised that I'm the first one up, but thank you, board, for letting me speak. Are you all hearing me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll be brief and keep my comments narrow. I do support reimagining the joint use of the park. I think that's a good constructive solution, but I would say I do not support the imposition of the interim rules as proposed. And I request that you reconsider denying usage of the Anna entrance for this period. Please find a way to allow access to the full perimeter trail during this interim period, which may extend for several years. For a small investment of money, time, and maybe even a community workday, could we redirect that primary path along the route that has already been through the trees? This would communicate clearly that access through Anna should not go through campus core. For this one neighbor and park user, that would be both significant and easy. This is just an idea. I don't speak for the full neighborhood, but my working group is disbanded, so I have no.
Thank you, Mr. Need. Please feel free to also write the board if you have further comments. We will now move on to Mr. Tim McKenzie. You may unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. Tim McKenzie, he, him pronouns. I would love to believe that we're working together in good faith. I think all of us agree that there is a need for safety, but I just want to emphasize fences don't create safety. Fences are security theater. Last fall at City Council meeting, there were an expert in the security industry saying that fences are called death funnels because in the event of a shooting, it's a pinch point. What I'm more concerned about in terms of safety is the fact that there have been suicides of high schoolers in our city and in our region recently. And what sort of environment are we creating that makes people want to end their lives by suicide? And removing green space, putting up fences, trying to keep people out is not really conducive to a healthy place or a welcoming community. And a real inclusion.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. Miss Serena Wallace, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, trustees, staff, and community. I'm a 12-year resident of Montaloma and the mother of a soon-to-be 4th grader at Montaloma Elementary. I wanted to talk about the potential closing of the Anna Elka entrance, even temporarily. We live really close to that entrance and we use it for many purposes. And in particular, we feel safe sending our 9-year-old into the park to meet a friend or ride through the park to get to a friend in other part of the neighborhood. Whitney's a little too busy for us to send him alone with the bends and the Google traffic. And thanks to COVID, we don't have any aftercare after camp this year. So I was thinking of sending him through the park after 3. And we can tell him he needs to stay in the parts of the park that aren't being used by the summer school, which is a reasonable boundary. But I don't see why we need to close off the Anna entrance, considering there's a fence around the play structure already. And it takes away a potential safe passageway for our older elementary age kids who are just starting to be able to navigate through the neighborhood on their own. I think fewer people are cutting around at the blacktop during the school day, and the worn path through the trees could be better labeled and defined, and that would encourage its use.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wallace. Our next speaker is Tiffany. Tiffany, you may unmute yourself.
Hi. So can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to support what's already been said about the Anna Avenue entrance. That really needs to stay open. It's a vital link into the park from this side of the neighborhood where I live. Dr. Westover said she didn't want to put up new barriers, new fencing, but that's exactly what she's going to do to block it off. So there's no reason why we can't put in something to encourage people to use that path that's already worn through the trees. With the community needs to, I think, have a place in the decision-making process with the new re-envisioned park, not just have our voices heard, but to actually be part of the decision. Otherwise, we can just be heard and then, city, district, do whatever they want. The dog incidences, how many of those incidences were harmless, nothing happened, like the one the principal just talked about?
Thank you very much, Tiffany. Feel free to write in more comments as well. Mr. Zayorski, you may unmute yourself.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. Due to the dearth of time, I just want to ask the board and the staff a series of questions. When they say they're working with the city, who are they working with and how? Number 2, where do we get input into this process that was outlined by Dr. Westover? Number 3, how is the proposal that they are talking about different than the board taking over the working group and expanding its functionality? The only thing that seems like to me is that we have to wait a year, and then during the year, the park is being annexed in whatever way without any community input possible. Number 4, as far as the incidences, I was told by email from Dr. Westover that the incidences were not looked at in any way and were just quantitative, not qualitative. And if that's the case, isn't it a question of garbage in, garbage out? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Zayorski. Our next speaker will be Kate Lorig. Ms. Lorig, you may unmute yourself.
Incidences are incidences because the conditions were set up to make them incidences. The school district has controlled this from day one. We will have a fence, we won't have a fence. We will have a working group and we will choose all the members. Oh, well, maybe we don't like the way the working group is going, so we will disband the working group. So now we're going to have a reimagining the park. I think that's a terrific idea. But do I have any trust in any of the process? Absolutely not. There is no trust here, any trust that was built between this community, and I don't speak for the community, so I'll just say between myself and many on this call tonight, has been totally destroyed. And I think that this is something that is much more valuable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lorig. Our next speaker will be Vivek Chopra. You may unmute yourself.
Yeah, so I'm really saddened by seeing what the school leadership is focusing their time and effort on. The enrollment and educational outcomes in this Montaloma Elementary have fallen from past years. Last year was a horrible year on the educational and emotional front for our children. Yet we are here spending time talking about what has been a non-issue for the past 70 years. We're using charged language like incidents and driving a wedge between the community and the district. We are portraying community members as a threat to children and to be feared. Instead, we are parents. Our children belong to the school district, and we are the ones paying for all this, including for the dispensing plan, which was passed under this deceptive wording of Measure T. I wanted to stay positive, and I wanted to, talk about, keeping the space open in the interim while we are doing this, but this has been, really sad for me.
Thank you, Mr. Chopra. We will now hear from Susan Barkin. Susan, you may unmute yourself.
I have lived in the Montaloma area in my house for 50 years, and I have certainly enjoyed being able to walk through the park. I walk almost every day. I looked at the incidences, and except for 1 or 2 dogs, there doesn't seem to be anything that is really threatening to children. So as other people have said, it seems to be a non-issue. And also, fences are terribly expensive. I think that the money, if we have the money, could be better used toward improving other facilities in the schools. And as also been pointed out, fences do not necessarily keep out terrorists. If they want to get in, they will. And if people are sort of wandering around on the grass, I don't see that that's a danger, and I don't think it's anything we really need to worry about. I think it would be a terrible shame to prevent the people in the neighborhood from using the park as we have for decades. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barkin. Ms. Jill Rakestraw, you may unmute yourself.
Oh, am I ready? So first of all, I wanted to say that I was uncomfortable that the slides presented with this presentation were not the ones shared on the website earlier. Also, that the slide that showed the community use did not actually show the entire use of the community accesses of the entire property. The city is not responsible for how anybody accesses the property, so they should not be even a determiner on that, which was what we heard tonight. But lastly, the current campus is not secure. And if we're going to talk about safety of children and students, of which my child is graduating tomorrow, we need to make sure that the current campus is safely enclosed around the entire perimeter before we even worry about fences around the park.
Thank you, Ms. Rakestraw. We now have our last speaker. It is listed as Sheila's iPad. You may unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Sheila Liederman. I just want to say this park is our town square. It's not just a park. It's not just a green space. It's a very important part of the community, integral part of the community. In my view, the resources would be better spent on monitors of the human variety, fences, cameras, and a resource officer did not keep the Parkland shooter off the campus. And I'm just wondering, who's going to monitor at the entrances? Will there be cameras? Will be the resource officer? I mean, is it going to be locked? How are the kids going to get out if there is an emergency other than an active shooter or whatever else there is? That's, it's a two-way street in essence. And what are we teaching our children? You talked about, somebody talked about, we need to keep the children separate from the adults during the day, keep them safe and everything, and this business about the COVID. Well, we've had COVID for the past 15 months, and somehow the children have been safe without the community and coaching on their breathing.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you for all of that public comment. If you have further comments, I know a minute is not very long. Please feel free to write to the board. All of the trustees do read those comments and we take them seriously and we really appreciate them. Are there comments from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Thank you, President Connolly. So many things to this. Starting off with, I think we reach a solution if we can reach common agreement about the language we use around this issue. Starting off with how we talk about how the community was informed of the process. I believe that we had the best intentions in making sure everybody knew during the planning for the measure of bond and informing them about the fence, but clearly members of the Monte Loma community didn't know until late in the process. And I think that we rebuild trust one bit right there by us just acknowledging we did our best, but obviously we didn't do good enough and recognizing that. Secondly, I think that we, at this moment, as we're planning for summer school, even though summer school is just a few weeks in the summer, we had salt to the wound when we allocate all the summer school programs to Monte Loma, the one school site that has the most impacted park space in the community. So I think that we just need to be very conscientious about small things like that. But the biggest thing I just encourage our board to think about for this meeting, and it's my understanding that this issue is going to come back in our next board meeting. So now or the next meeting, the one thing we as a board can do to rebuild trust and to actually make this process work is to articulate to the city and to our district staff a belief in what type of daytime access will be available in a redesign. If we do not, as a board, articulate that there will be some level, we don't have to get into the details, but just the spirit of that we empower the redesign process with the spirit that they should design the park in a way where there'll be daytime access. If we don't do that, the city will not fund this. And then this will be back on the school board to have to fund through Measure T, which is something I'm very nervous about escalating park redesign, because I don't believe Monte Loma itself wants to pay with school bond money to redesign a park if it doesn't have daytime access. And if there's daytime access, the city will happy to pay for a good portion of it. So this all comes back to, I don't think the city will make any, will have any ability to move on this issue unless we as a school board say, we empower this process, that we believe that in a redesign, that there should be some daytime access, that should be a high value. And I think if we do that, I think that puts at ease instantly the weight on the Monte Loma community. They can put all this year of so much concern and signs on their yards because they're losing what they see as our park, what they do see as our park. We should recognize that. And if we just say, okay, this redesign is going to take a while, it's going to take a few years maybe, but the spirit of this is we're going to look to use the design process to find a way to create daytime access. And I think that's important because not every school site in our community is the same in acreage. Not every school site is built the same. Some are in densely populated area. Some places are in quiet neighborhoods. So there is nothing wrong for us as a board, whether today or in the next board meeting, to say that, you know what, for Monte Loma, because of its unique needs, we're going to find some way to make it safe. And we do need to make it safe without fencing the whole place or without closing off access to the fields. And I know this is possible because as a school teacher, every day I do yard duty at a school where I have to take my kids to a public park to do basketball and field. And that's the same at Wistman. At Wistman, Yu Chun in the German school, they go out to the Wistman Park across fences. They fence off the base perimeter and they go out there and they supervise. So we can make kids safe on Monte Loma by hiring staff to supervise an unfenced area, to provide equity and safety to another school that might be fenced to provide safety. So I just urge us to break away from this idea that every school needs the same safety parameter, and rather every school needs to be safe, and that might look different. And if we accept that, then we can say today or the next board meeting, you know what, with money and design and time, we can make it so Monte Loma has a park. So at the end of all this, there's value added for everybody. Monte Loma is safer. Monte Loma has a real park that they continue to use, that the city will fund if we provide access. But I know I'm just taking a lot of time here. I'll just go back and just say that if we do not say that we believe in park access as a value, daytime access, I don't think the city is going to do anything. And I think we're going to be paying for this. And I think it would be a waste for us to pay for something because if it's not daytime access, why are we even redesigning? Thank you for, sorry, so long.
Thank you. No, thank you, Trustee Chang. Trustee Berman and then Trustee Blakely.
I am supportive of Trustee Chang and his idea of making parts of this park accessible to our community. You know, I love living in Montaloma, and it really is, that park is the town square, people's backyards. You know, it is the heart of our community, and not all parks and not our neighborhoods are designed in the same way. And we definitely have very limited access to park space. And I understand the situation and why we had to put all these programs over here in Montaloma for the summer, but it really does, 19 days doesn't sound like a lot, but we sort of think through all the weeks of the summer, it really does add up. So I'd like for us to, I think that this would be a great opportunity for us to show this community that we're going to be flexible, and we can make this park accessible, and we can make it work. I heard a lot of people on these calls say things like, I'd like to believe that, or there's no trust in the process. So it's clear to us that the trust between our school district and this neighborhood has been completely broken. So I really want us to be reflective about what the community needs to move forward, because I know that Montaloma wants the school to be a safe place for children. I know that Montaloma wants its school to be successful. And I also know that Montaloma wants to share this space and do what's best for the students as well. So I'd like to make sure that I'm glad that we're moving on to, honestly, to a different process. But what I'm hearing is that because of this group closing down, that people feel like they've lost their opportunity to express opinions or thoughts or have a voice. So I'd like to know that in its place in the interim, because it could be just a longer process, that there will be opportunity for community members to be confident in whatever's going next, that there will be opportunity for them to give feedback. And I know that there'll probably be just like a long amount of time, perhaps, when that opportunity comes up. But I think even just communicating that it's coming would be really helpful. I just want to loop back to allowing access to via Anna. I think, like Trustee Blakely mentioned, could we explore just something temporary, because this temporary time could really be really long. Maybe just something that sort of creates a barrier there, or something that guides the usage around that access. I'd love to hear what options we have. Thank you.
So President Conley, if I could, because I think there seems to be a misconception here, which I just want to clear up. The whole purpose of doing the redesign is to ensure that all needs are being met, so that the public has access during the day, that the areas that the school needs to use for play fields are used and are safe and secure. And that, like, even us taking into consideration the needs of senior citizens who use the trails, and we heard loud and clearly that the trails, especially over near Anna, are sort of constricted. And so I know we've talked about this multiple times, but the $7 and $9 million isn't for fencing. The $7 to $9 million is exactly for that. It is to make sure that everyone has access. It is, as a parent, when I had my kids and I would take them to the playground, there are sometimes areas where you have lost sight, and I had twins. And so having a tot lot that is fenced off so that if somebody's walking their dog and you don't have to worry about your kid walking up there seems to be a reasonable thing. That's a part of it. Taking the area and moving playgrounds in order to make it a more functional place, because as Mr. Lambert said, it was designed in the 1960s, and yet the community has sort of evolved, makes sense, because then it allows us to utilize our space a lot more efficiently. And within the process that Dr. Westover said, and I know she said a year, but the idea is that by the end of this summer, we have an architect on board so that in the fall, we communicate what this process looks like. And both the city and us talked about it is a very high, it starts off at high level, and it's a public process that goes back and forth with identifying the needs and the themes and stakeholders. It goes to Parks and Recs, it comes back. So the whole purpose of this, and I just to be extremely concise, is to assure that everyone has access all the time. And you'll see, and I know that you all submitted a question, even the lighting proposal where staff asked for lighting on the trail will be held off until we figure out what that space looks like. So at least even after hours, if people choose to use the trail, it will be a safe space. So I think there's a misconception that because the working group, which was a small group of stakeholders that did not represent the full community, because that is ending, that now no one is going to have the ability to engage in the process. But what we envision is a larger stakeholder process that engages so many more people and allows senior citizens to describe their need. It allows school staff to describe their need, Parks and Rec, the baseball, parents with infants. So then that way, as we start to re-envision what this space looks like, we can design a space that is a lot more functional for 2021 needs, as opposed to 1960 needs where there was an orchard. And I only say this because I think somewhere in the messaging that was lost, but it is, we're not spending or proposing this to hire an architect and spend $9 million if we're not going to include public access for an extended period of time. And I think that was the beauty of what this work group has brought to the forefront, is that even though they originally identified the areas that were being used, the data suggests that none of us really understand how it's being used, and all of us need to use the space at different times and throughout the day. And so this reimagining really allows us to do just that, to widen trails, to move playgrounds, to move baseball diamonds, to move the soccer field, so that it's a lot more conducive to the environment. And I'll just say, feedback was given to the city as well as us about people wanting to picnicking under the trees during the summer. You will see next week that that was taken into consideration in terms of the area that we will be utilizing for kids to play on, and also for, for parent community members to use. And the last thing I'll say is the only reason why summer school is on Montaloma's campus, which is actually a logistical nightmare for us because we can't bus kids over there, is because Castro and Mistral, where the summer school would be, is under construction and will not have internet access. And so because all of our sites are undergoing construction, we have no choice but to utilize the one site that is not getting HVAC upgrades because it has to go through DSA, and we're forced to put the summer school program over there. Otherwise, we would have chose a different space. Mm-hmm. And I think all that context has sort of been lost in the working group has been disbanded. And really it needs to understand that the goal is to create something that works for everybody. So I know Dr. Westover wanted to say that. I just wanted to reiterate that so that, as you're thinking about your comments, you understand what we're proposing is a space, even if the city doesn't agree to pay for it, we're proposing to create a space that really affords everyone in the community, not just the people who are here, but also the people who are not here, to feel comfortable and safe about the environment, regardless of what walk of life they come from. And I think that is reflective of why we're putting in restrooms and why we're putting in lighting and other stuff across all of our campuses. And is why we are at this point now of saying, like, this is just a different space for everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Trustee Blakely.
So I was going to make the point about summer school. Dr. Rudolph obviously made it better than I could, but that's where we have no choice this year. Regarding community input sessions and the broader scope, my understanding had been exactly what Dr. Rudolph said, that this reimagining, envisioning, whatever, of how it could change is to allow daytime access, allow access for everybody. So I'm glad to hear that I had heard him and correctly. And I'm looking forward to that. I really, as far as the broad community process goes, in my mind, I would definitely like to have these larger public sessions, something akin to what the city did, for example, when they were working on McKelvey Field with the water district, when they were working on the San Antonio Precise Plan, when they were working on the El Camino Precise Plan. In most of those cases, they held morning sessions that were facilitated at the senior center. Well, here, because this is more a smaller area that's more critical to the Mauna Loma community directly, there may be other segments of the community that would use that park, such as Little League parents from outside the Mauna Loma community, but it's really about the Mauna Loma community. I would envision something like that happening in the Mauna Loma in UR on a Saturday. And those sessions, they would put like 10 or 12 people at a table, and they would sort of be facilitated. They do presentations with slides to get people thinking. And then each table would sort of have facilitated dialogue and write down their key ideas, and then take that back to share it out to the architects. I'm sure there's a whole process, but that kind of process could involve, 50, 100 community members. I mean, everybody who wanted to participate could do it. And so I'm hopeful that with this reimagining, something like that, it may not be exactly that, but some process for engagement and real input for people who really care about the park, who live in the community, where every voice will be heard. And I'm confident we can do that. I mean, the city's done it before, like I said, in so many other contexts. And I'm sure that we, in concert with the city, can do that for Mauna Loma. And my last point, and this is, it's not a nit, but it's not a small thing. I would really like to see some way where, during the interim this summer and, until any kind of construction or whatever gets underway, where we can, for the most part, keep that Anna entrance available. And I know the whole point is to get away from fences, but I'm even thinking like at the movie theaters or like at Disneyland, where there's those small poles and there's like a little piece of rope that's strung through, just sort of rope it off a little bit to make it clear. But I'm also hopeful. I'm glad to hear that a lot of effort has been put into the new signage that's coming out, because it seems like, looking at that incident report, as I mentioned earlier, the incidents have really tapered off a lot once the clearer expectations were laid out with the signage. And I'm confident that what you have planned going forward will do the same.
Yeah, I think we can definitely allow access through the Anna Gate with some temporary. I think we were trying to be careful not to put any type of temporary fencing in, but hearing how important to the community it is today, it's definitely something we will work with the city on.
Thank you. Trustee Wheeler.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I appreciate everybody's comments, the community and board members. I wish we'd had this conversation a year ago, and I'd been asking for it for a year. So trying to look positively going forward. I think the real big win that we got from the working group is this idea of a park redesign. So, you think about when this project was first proposed, we saw the photos in the presentation. It was fencing, these barred fencing, and that was the proposal. And here we are today. Nobody's talking about fencing like that anymore. So I think that's a big win. I do want to say it's kind of a plus minus thing. When this conversation first started, we heard a lot of rationales for why we needed fencing. And it was a lot of, I use the term, I've heard other people use the term security theater. And recently we haven't heard, I think, coherent rationale for why you would have that kind of fencing. I'll go back to, former trustee Bill Lambert spoke tonight. I referenced a couple meetings ago, former trustee Phil Palmer spoke, where he asked a question during one of the community input sessions at the working group. making a suggestion that seemed very commonsensical to me, which is if you want to keep the kids safe at school, you could have fences around the school and keep the park open. I don't know what's going to happen with the park redesign. I'm hoping it's going to be something kind of like that. I haven't heard anybody complain about, that you shouldn't have fences, some sort of fencing around the school itself. And I think that would go a long way towards people feeling safe, parents feeling that their children were safe, teachers feeling safe. But there should be no expectation of, that any of us are safe anywhere. So, but I'm looking forward to the continued conversations. I am hoping that the community members who are here today and are listening in and have been writing in, that they stay involved. I think we'll have a much better end product with the input from the community. My sense from the school board is what I'm hearing is that all five of us are very interested in a creative park design that allows community use of the green space. And it saddens me that it took all this time and all this conversation and some ill will that's been created, that all that had to happen to get to this place. But I'm hoping that it's not going to take another year before we can come up with a plan that most people can agree to or live with. I'll tell you, I couldn't live with a fencing project that had been originally proposed. And now I'm optimistic that something good is going to come out of this. So President Conley, I know that this item was longer than you had hoped. We know that, people needed to talk.
I don't set the time limits. I don't make that part of the agenda. So.
And the trustees needed to talk. And I think the community needed to hear the trustees talk, because to an extent, the lack of trust in the district has flowed on to lack of trust with the trustees. So now tonight, people have heard we're all interested in park redesign. We're all interested in green space for the community. So, let's see where we go from here.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. Trustee Berman and Trustee Chang quickly, and then I have a couple of comments, and then we'll need to make a motion to extend the meeting, I believe.
I just wanted to take a second to thank the working group for spending that time in the meeting and lending your voice, and for the community members from Montaloma for taking in input from the neighborhood and in representing our neighbors there, and I hope that we are able to use the wisdom or the usage of the park that was surfaced in those meetings. I hope that we can really package all of them as we move forward and into this next phase. So thank you to everyone who worked in that group.
Trustee Chang.
Thank you. I really appreciate the Dr. Rudolph's comments there. I really urge that I think we should be leading with that. And so I think a lot of that messaging that he presented there should be leading every community meeting. It should have been part of our presentation in the beginning. It should be every presentation to Montaloma is what he presented. And because I think hearing from the superintendent and now hearing from every board member that they support daytime use, I think has taken and diffused this situation. I think there's two issues the board really needs to deal with when this comes up, and I think it's coming up the next board meeting. It's not enough just to say that it's daytime use. The board needs to also provide the city a sense of what's the direction about how long will this be available. I know the city has contacted us and say that they want this in permanence, and I know that I recognize how the rigidness of that feels very uncomfortable, but I know that the city will not pay for anything if they don't know how long this will stay a park. And the question that was asked to us about escalating this in the Measure T, I will just come out there and say, if the city doesn't pay for anything, I am not comfortable with $6 million in Measure T going to a park at one school. So my condition on this redesign is in the city being part of it. And I believe the city will not do anything unless they hear us at the next meeting say, where's our vision on the access for how long? And my opinion, I urge the board, is that we go back to the spirit of our document in 2000 in our initial joint use, back to mutual agreement, because this is a mature neighborhood. The likelihood of us ever needing to build a school site on this field is zero. So it is very safe for us to tell the city, we can't give you a promise that this will be a city park forever. That's not appropriate for us as trustees. But if we go to a spirit that this will be a mutual agreement for any changes, that gives a certainty that they have equal standing with us. We're not going to have to build a school on this field. And that sets a precedent for what if in the future the roles are turned where we one day need to build a school on city land. And if we go to a mutual agreement as a culture, that gives us trust on that level too. And I think that we have to, at the next board meeting, discuss how long will this be a park or the city won't do anything. And we still have to answer the question the district staff asked, are we willing to use Measure T funds for this? And I'm willing to match the city, but I'm not willing to go alone if the city doesn't come along. And the city won't go along until we answer that question about how long would this be a park? So I don't know if that's something people want to talk about now or in the next meeting, but I do believe we need to answer that.
Yeah, I think that's going to be more of a conversation for the next meeting when we're kind of delving more into RFP and that kind of world. I think one of the real challenges is it's unrealistic. So in the grand scheme of Mountain View and this tight real estate market that we have, one of the greatest assets that we shepherd as trustees for the district and for the community is the land that the district owns. It's actually where the bulk of the district's capital is. It is the greatest asset that the school district has. So, and I take my responsibility, I think of my responsibility as a trustee now, not as just what do I do in this moment, but how do the choices we make impact the school district and the health and viability of what we do for students in our community 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the line. I think that is kind of our sacred trust. And so in that, I would never recommend that the school district sell land to another entity for $3 million for 4 acres or 3 acres when that land is valued at $15 million an acre right now. So that negotiation, Chris, Trustee Chang, you're absolutely right around what is the timeline of the usage of that space is going to be really complicated, and I'm not sure how it's going to resolve. But I also agree that I don't think we can guarantee a permanent thing because it's actually, we're talking about $60 million worth of land possibly, which we can't in good conscience as trustees trade for a $3 million investment in a play structure, right? But that's a real challenge. That's a challenge that we face. I do want to thank the working group profusely. Those meetings were hard. And everyone there invested their time and energy in trying to represent really large groups of people. So we had 2 parents, we had 2 community members who were not currently parents in the district. We had 2 people from city staff, yet each of those small representative groups were speaking for hundreds to thousands of people. And so I am frankly relieved that we're going to have a process that allows for a lot more community input. But the working group did that hard work of forcing the district to this issue. Back in August, I brought up community input around fencing and how, I saw the train coming, but I couldn't stop the train. But I also knew that it was going to be a really long train, and having been in Parks and Rec and having a background in city planning, these things take a long time and they're messy and they're really hard. And so I appreciate all of the community engagement we've had so far. I appreciate all of the thoughtfulness and community outreach that all of the trustees have done. and all of the work that our staff has done. I am hopeful that we are on a better track now towards developing something where everybody has the access that they need. And I agree, like the whole point of this is to have access during the day. It doesn't mean access to the entire site during the day. Like, I think that's still going to get negotiated. Something that came out of the working groups that was really interesting for me was the discussion around children with special needs. And it reminded me of the conversation around universal access that the city had when I was on Parks and Rec, when we approved and funded a Magical Bridge playground for the city of Mountain View. So one of the very first considerations that Magical Bridge Foundation takes, that when you're designing an inclusive universal access playground, is actually a closed perimeter. And the reason is because if we're having children and adults with all kinds of different abilities or disabilities or needs, there are, a child may have sensory issues and run away when they get startled. A child may, not understand actually how to stay in the space and sprint quickly away. And so one of the first fundamental pieces that they sought was a perimeter control, a fence. And the same thing happened when we discussed other park areas in the city. We had people with children with disabilities or adults with disabilities coming to us to talk about how do we make sure we have universal access. And I think Mr. Lambert talked about this in his presentation, like diversity and inclusion is one of our key values as a district. And so I know that there is value in having our children of all different needs and backgrounds and adults integrated in play. Like, that is where they form relationships and understandings across children whose brains and bodies may work differently. And I want all of our children to have access to play in a safe and equitable way where they can build those relationships and that understanding and interaction. And it makes our school district and our schools richer and our communities better at building an environment that is inclusive for everyone. So this is going to be a complicated process. Thank you to everyone who came tonight. Thank you, trustees. Let's buckle up. Let's, get it done. And I think we're about to drink from the fire hose even more as we take in more community input. With that said, yes, Trustee Blakely, would you?
Well, I was just going to say we have about 4 hours left of items still on the agenda, if those time estimates are accurate, like 3 hours and 55 minutes. So I think we need to extend the time, but I'm not sure, do we have to cover everything tonight, or I'm looking for guidance, but we certainly need to extend the time.
So I believe that many of the items are not going to take the full length predicted. Dr. Rudolph, I am thinking if we extend to midnight, and we get through all of the vital public hearings that we need to get through, if there are things at the end, I know we want to talk about the iReady diagnostic assessment, but if we don't get to it, is it something that we can bring back at a future meeting? I believe so. But our goal is to do it all, trustees.
Good, and we've overestimated time, and so I know all of our staff are been in contact. All of them say that they can move quickly without doing it a disservice.
Okay.
But we're going to be pushing the midnight oil, I think, and we'll try to move as quickly as we can.
Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, and I had brought this up with Superintendent Rudolph and with you, President Conley. I think not only does it do a disservice to a really important agenda item, which is the iReady report, to have it on at 12:30 in the morning or midnight, and think that parents who are interested in this should be forced to stay up till midnight to listen to this report. If this report could be done at our next meeting, and I don't know the answer to that, but if that report could be given at the next meeting, I think it would show a lot more respect for that report and the presenter, and it would allow us to maybe get out of here by midnight. And I would, I've been prepared to have this meeting end at midnight tonight. I tell you, asking us to stay on till 1 o'clock in the morning, I think asking us to stay on to midnight is too long. But anyway, I propose that we extend the meeting till midnight and we defer the item, what is it? K, the iReady item until our next meeting.
Do we need to, if we're deferring an item, do we need to do it now, or could we wait and see where we are at 11:30?
I was going to say, can we make that motion if we don't get to it? Can we extend the meeting now, but if we don't get to it, that's when we, yes,
You only
Trustee
have
Chang.
one shot to extend the meeting, so if you don't get to it, it automatically goes on to another
It
meeting.
automatically goes to the next.
Challenge would be is if anyone in the public was waiting for it, kind of what Trustee Wheeler was saying, do we give that courtesy where they could, I don't know if somebody's waiting for IRET, I mean, but
Fair
if there
enough.
were. That's
I mean, we still have a significant agenda for the 17th as well.
Right.
Right. And a lot of it is because all of these, we have big items, but then we also have just, this is when the data comes in. This is when we have to do all of the public hearings in order to pass things. So it's a little intense. I am comfortable deferring that item if other trustees feel that it would do it better justice to move it. I am sure our presenter for that item might appreciate knowing ahead of time as well. So do we have?
Dr. Rudolph, do you think we can get through it all, including that item by midnight, or is that unrealistic?
I think I would say just why not make the motion for what time you want to go, and let's see what we get. And then if at the end you feel like it's not there, then you can always pull it. I mean, there's nothing to stop you from amending the agenda as you get closer. So if you're at 11 o'clock and you say it's not going to do a service, just pull the item right then, regardless of where you are, but extend the meeting to the time that you want it to go. And let's see how fast we get through the other items.
All right.
Okay, so I move we extend the meeting till midnight.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Blakely, the board has unanimously voted to extend the meeting until midnight. We will now move on to our next item, which we moved some things around in our agenda. So Ms. Bauer, you can remind me which item it is.
We're going to start with the LCAP public hearing.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bauer. So we will begin with the LCAP public hearing.
Okay, I'm going to share my.
Hold on, I have to say the public hearing regarding the LCAP will begin now at 9:31 p.m.
And is this item G originally item G? G
Yes.
as in ghost?
Yeah.
Originally scheduled for 45 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, so hopefully we can get it done in less than 45 minutes.
That's the goal.
Okay, so tonight I'm here to present to you the local control accountability plan, associated annual updates and federal addendum, and hold our public hearing. Just a reminder for alignment, we work very hard to make sure that our LCAP is aligned with our strategic plan. Our strategic plan guides our work, and our LCAP also follows suit. This is just a quick graphic that shows how our new LCAPs, our new 2-3-year LCAPs will align with our strategic plan, making it a very seamless process. Our LCAP, we have to develop a 3-year plan. We have to address the 8 state priorities. We also, in this process, have a federal addendum, which outlines how we're spending federal funds. We have annual updates and local indicators that all must be approved by July 1st of each year. These are just the 8 state priorities. There's 8 for districts, 10 for county offices. So development process, which you're mostly familiar with, is we did it in tandem with the strategic plan, started back in September as we surveyed our stakeholders and had a strategy session. We developed our strategic plan framework and our major goal areas. And those were then approved back in November. And we took those goal areas and expanded them to become the 5 broad goals in our LCAP. In January and February, we shared how we were going to continue to develop these 2 plans. We did open our district LCAP and climate survey and began work on the annual updates. We finished our LCAP draft in April, and then we've been going out for public comment to our advisory groups and are here tonight for public hearing. Just some notes on our LCAP survey. You can see the responses that we received both by students, staff, and parents, and the percentages of students that responded. Some highlights from our staff surveys. You can see we have fairly high numbers of satisfaction. We have some areas, and I think the pandemic has highlighted that our staff are worried about our students being on track for next year. And that's why we have our big expanded learning plan. And we still are working on decision-making at the school and district level and involving our staff. From the parents' perspective, looking at being able to help them understand what kind of supports, especially non-academic supports, are available to their children. And also, again, that decision-making piece, encouraging families to engage in decision-making processes. Also highlight students receiving the social emotional support they need, definitely a decrease from the previous year. Again, I think related to the pandemic. Our students, on the other hand, give us pretty high marks. We have some marks in the 70s for schools setting high expectations, although we did see an improvement in that. And I think this tied, the bottom one, my school focuses on students' character, ties in with the need for more social emotional supports. So we definitely built our plan off of stakeholder input, and that is a cornerstone of the LCAP development process. And we have shared with our advisory committees and posted all comments in writing to these groups this month. These are our goals, again, developed from the strategic plan, just built out to meet the requirements of the LCAP. And then each of our goals has metrics. Some are required by the California Department of Education, and some are ones that we put in ourselves to help us monitor our progress. These are the goals, the metrics for goal 1. Goal 1 is our medius goal. It really, if you think about the previous strategic plan, it combines the 2 goal areas of academic achievement and the achievement gap. So we have quite a bit here talking about monitoring student progress on assessments, how are English learners doing, disproportionality in special ed, and then some self-reflection tools. These are the highlights for goal 1. Again, our medius goal. You can see we're spending quite a bit of money in this area, over $4 million. And at the end of each of these areas, I shared which pieces directly align to our strategic plan. So you can see these are the year 1 pieces that we continue to work on within our strategic plan. Goal 2, this is around social emotional needs of our students and health and wellness. We have quite a few metrics, including data that we collect and information from our surveys. We're spending just under $1 million on this goal. We have a variety of actions and services, and our big ones here are our plan of action for student social emotional health and our whole school, whole child, whole community model, which we'll be developing next year. Goal 3 is around inclusive culture. A lot of our data here is around self-reflection tools and our climate surveys. Again, just under $1 million. Our SCEPs are here. We find them to be such an important part of our schools. And then things that are directly aligned to our strategic plan include how we're working on parent university, parent communication, our equity framework, and our equity advisory committee. Goal 4 talks a lot about our staff and staff retention and support for them. So looking at a variety of metrics in this area, including some data from our climate surveys. About $500,000 in the first year. And employee retention and support is a big piece of our strategic plan and is also in our LCAP for next year. Goal 5 is around equitable facilities and resources for students. And we have a variety of, again, a smaller amount of metrics, but ones that we think measure this goal fairly well. Just under $1 million here, looking at continuing our technology devices, our MVWSD Connect program, how we're going to be developing our facilities and student resource standards, meals for students, and flexible learning environments. Increased or improved services, we do have to describe how we provide for our unduplicated pupils, at least by the percentage that is calculated in each year. So our percentage this year is 7.19% or $3 million. We're actually spending over $4 million on increased or improved services. And while we've identified these specific actions listed here, there are lots of other actions within the LCAP that can and will support our unduplicated pupils. These are some funding sources, so you can see that we're funding our LCAP from a variety of sources, including LCFF, which is our supplemental, state funds, local funds, federal funds. These are just some spending highlights. You can see what we're spending on different items in each goal. And then we go on to the federal addendum, which is a supplement to our LCAP. And it's really just a narrative description of how we're using our federal funds. We take Title I, Title II, Title III, and Title IV. The federal addendum gets approved once. It was approved back officially by the board and then by the CDE in fall of 2019, and doesn't ever go back to the state. We just revise it each year and share it for approval from you, the trustees. So we have a strategy. We focus on professional development, support to our Title I school, parent engagement, and enhancement of instruction and services to our at-risk populations. In Title I, we look at educator equity, and we make sure that our students who are low income and minority are not being taught by higher rates than other students by ineffective, inexperienced, or misassigned teachers. We focus on parent and family engagement, parent university, and then we have programs for Castro Elementary School, our Title I school, which includes additional staffing and summer school. We have our McKinney-Vento liaison, which is funded partially out of Title I. We provide, and then we have some work that we do to support student transitions, both in the district and to the high school. In Title II, we really focus the majority of our funds to support our partnership with the Santa Cruz Silicon Valley New Teacher Project to support an induction program for our Year 1 and Year 2 teachers. And we had 2 new teacher support providers this year. And I will happy to admit that all of our teachers passed at the end of this year. Title III is used for professional development, in instructional opportunities and English proficiency and academic achievement. These funds are really focused on supporting our English learners. Title IV funds are more flexible. This year, we use them to offset the cost of the Discovery Education contract that provided professional development and coaching for our STEAM teachers. We have not designated what we'll do with Title IV for next year at this time. So next steps, we're going to respond in writing to any comments we received tonight. We're going to come back to present for approval on June 17th, and then we'll submit to the Santa Clara County Office of Education. And with that, I will stop sharing.
Thank you
And
very
I'm
much.
happy to questions.
Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Thank you, Director Bauer, for the presentation. Question about the on the LCAP survey for staff on page 13 of the slides on the lowest mark had to do with like staff that felt like they were part of decision making, and that number drops from 58 to 37, and a 21% drop. Can we say more? And similarly on page 14, the lowest number for the parents part, where the parents saying that they felt involved in decision making. Could we speak more to a little bit about what are some of the things we can do to address that part of the survey?
You know, I'll be honest with you, Trustee Chang, I'm not sure that I have the answers to that right now. I think that has to be a bigger conversation. I will say that I feel that I think the pandemic and reading some of the open responses that we received in the survey as well, I think there was a lot of frustration as we look to reopen schools. And I think that really led to, or that could have led, that's my hypothesis at this time, could have led to those scores. But I think we need to look into that more.
Other questions from trustees? Trustee Berman.
Thank you for the presentation. I think, you know, there's two pieces here. I think there's the survey and then there's the goals. And I had just some questions about the survey too. And were families, just curious, families who have children at 2 schools, do they have the opportunity to give feedback on both schools, or do they just select one? Can you remind me?
We asked them to think about their experience with their oldest child.
Okay. Thank you. And let me see, what other question did I jot down about the survey? And I'm just wondering if we had it's a shame that we had such few responses from Castro and Therakoff. And I know sometimes for families having access to the survey online can be challenging. Was there were there other opportunities, or what opportunities were given to our families at Castro? They only made up, I think, 53 out of 2,100 responses. I think that's like 2%. Was there an alternative way that we offered the survey to our families?
We always offer a paper option, and then we have families fill it out, and then we input it. I think this is something we've seen. The numbers didn't change much from the previous year. We ask our SCEFs to work with our families as well. So I think we're going to have to double down on our efforts to get more families, because obviously just the online and the paper is not doing enough.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe we can do a raffle.
$1 million raffle, yeah.
Right. Yes. Other questions from trustees? I just have a quick one, which is, you know, when I look at the LCAP and all of the work that goes into this plan, I'm thrilled to see metrics for each of the goal areas, because I like metrics. I like to measure our progress. I would love to know how these metrics and this plan is going to filter down into our school site plans this coming year. And then how, you know, will we be consistent year to year so that we can track our growth and our achievement of those goals over time. And I say this because when I was the school board observer for the school district, I hand printed out all of those school site plans for 2 years in a row, and then made my little spreadsheets trying to track if everybody made their goals. And then the LCAP changed and our strategic plan changed, and like it's all gone. Like we don't have a way to measure if we've been achieving those goals.
Right. So I think a couple things. Yes, the site plans, so it goes strategic plan, LCAP, site plan. So the site plans need to, they're based on data at the site, but they also need to align with the initiatives and the focus in the strategic plan and or the LCAP. The LCAP this year, the nice piece about it is and I didn't share all of this, but we've put in the baseline data for each of these metrics that we have. And then we do a projection for the 3rd year of where we want to be. And so we will update these metrics each year as we move closer to those goals so that we can manage how we're doing. And I tried to incorporate the metrics I thought we would use over the course of 3 years so that we could be consistent. Of course, we could always come up with something else. but tried to think about all the different ways we could measure these goals consistently so that we really can see in real time at how we're doing towards the third year.
It makes my heart happy. Thank you. All right, we will now take public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. I see that we have one member of the public who would like to comment. I believe it's Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson, you will have 3 minutes. Let's get a timer up for you. All right, Mr. Nelson, you may unmute yourself by pressing *6.
I guess I'm unmuted. Yes, I would like to make a comment about the $4 million that's specifically called out as coming from LCFF funding. 2.9 million of that is for instructional coaches and the RTI program. Now, these two programs spend lots of money at all sites for all classes for the instructional coaches and all sites for all students for the RTI program. Neither of these two programs are focused on the highest need students, the students that have the largest academic gaps. You can't say a program is focused if you're spending the same amount of money, the same amount of time, and the same amount of personnel on these programs at Castro as you are at Huff, our two neighborhood schools that have the largest difference in academic gaps. So I think it's very much wanting here that you're not focusing the money on the places where the kids are on those two programs. The other problem with RTI is this is for high need students supposedly, but they're being hired as temporaries. At least that's my understanding when Mr. Poling was the RTI at Bub. And Mr. Poling also said they don't have access. He was not given access as an RTI teacher to the standard databases of academic achievement that all the regular teachers were. As a temporary teacher working for RTI, if these are the people you're hiring for one of the most critical missions in this district, at least for the LCAP funding using the supplementary grant, it's really a shame. So I'm not very happy with Superintendent Barr's presentation on this, and I'm not very happy with the district direction to the administration to actually focus that money. I only have 25 seconds left. One of the metrics is the attendance rate. It does also say chronic absences, which is the one that the state measures and the one that's critical. So I wish that the attendance rate would just get dropped off because it's not important. It really shows a lot of false positives, which is why it's been dropped by the state as a metric to use on their benchmarks.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Are there comments from trustees? Trustee Wheeler and then Trustee Chang.
Yeah, I just want to offer some public praise for Assistant Superintendent Bauer. I remember when these forms were first shown to you and shown to us, and you had to struggle through them, you know, like the rest of everybody else in the county and the state. And it's been fascinating to me to watch not only the progress of the forms, but how you've utilized your, you know, your past history and your knowledge about how to do this. And now, you know, the last couple of years, but certainly this year, I think your work on these has, you know, you've taken in the suggestions over the years and you've incorporated them. and then you've made a better product. And I think the product this year is, just top notch. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. Other comments from trustees? Trustee Chang and then Trustee Blakely.
I want to echo Trustee Wheeler's just appreciation for the work for Director Bauer and your staff on. When I look at, I was pulling up the LCAP survey from 2016, just trying to compare what's happened in the last 4 years. And there's been some places where we consistently are at places really commendable of being a district that people understand their goals, being a district that cares about, where the teachers care. This is a staff survey that is, and where the teachers care about success and care about use of data. I think those are all things that like all of us easily see are areas of success. The one area I just put as a constructive feedback is on the survey from 4 years ago in 2016, the three lowest questions that were on that presentation that were presented in the board report are not on this board report. So it's hard to see if there's been growth. So the three lowest numbers 4 years ago were staff saying that teachers and their feeling of how are we responding to students of high achievement, how are we responding to students in special education, and last one's high school success. And I bring that up because those are things that we as a board do hear from parents having concerns about. So since they were low numbers 4 years ago, those are just something I think good for us to keep putting on a board presentations so that we can keep looking at that as a benchmark. But thank you for the work.
Trustee Blakely.
Yes, I just wanted to say I love, echoing on the comments for the praise for how this is coming together. I really appreciate the alignment with strategic plan. And as Trustee Conley brought up, that will flow through to the site plans. And it just makes a coherent whole for us to follow and track. And so I really appreciate the work. And I also, and kudos to the teachers and the staff, the highlights from the student surveys in particular, but, from the staff surveys and parent surveys, despite this remarkable, hellacious year that we are finishing up, I'm very impressed with the improvement in most of the areas. And, in particular, like the students, that they feel respected, treated with respect at my school, 79% to 92%. I mean, there's some really nice bumps here. And I think that's really a testament to, the teachers and, everybody working so hard with the kids to make sure that, this year that learning happened. So thank you.
I will just make a couple of comments. And one of the things that I'm really interested in as we move forward is we know that mental health is something that has been significantly impacted for not just our students, but our families and our teachers and all of our staff members as well. So the more that we can have information from the LCAP climate survey that can speak to that, I think the better. I think that's going to be a large part of our work for the next 3 to 5 years, is really kind of facing that trauma and really supporting our community through it. And I want to be able to track it. And when we first talked about mental health, we didn't have anything really comprehensive quite yet to do that. So that would be my bit of feedback, is anywhere that we can pull that out even more, or if there are items that we can include on the LCAP that really dive into that, I think that will be helpful to us in our work. And then I'm just energized, it's 10 p.m. at night. We've been on here for 5 hours, but I'm so excited to have our strategic plan be 6 years to match 2 cycles of the LCAP, which is 3 years. And I cannot wait for those school site plans, because that is where the rubber meets the road. That is where things go into action and where our principals and our teachers really impact our students. And so this alignment, as Trustee Blakely turned out, is just glorious, and it's a huge step forward, and I'm really excited we're heading that direction. All right, and then we will move on to our next item, which was formerly item H and has been moved up, and it is the California Dashboard Local Indicators.
Yes.
With Chief Academic Officer Kathy Bauer again.
me again. So let me share again here. Okay, so I'm going to go through the California dashboard local indicators. The dashboard, the California dashboard is part of California's accountability system, which gives an overview of how districts are doing and identifies with performance for student groups on multiple measures. And it also assists districts in identifying strengths, weaknesses, and areas of improvement. They have state indicators where they collect data and then publish it. And then there's also local indicators that we collect data on, and we complete self-reflection tools and gather data from surveys, and then we upload this data to the dashboard. We have to measure these indicators yearly, and then we report to the governing board, and we upload no later than November. This is what the dashboard looks like when you go to it on the website. There was no dashboard produced in December 2020, and due to impacts from the pandemic, they're looking to produce a very limited dashboard in December 2021. What that dashboard will include is the local indicators, which have to be now approved with the local control accountability plan. In the past, I was able to bring these to you in October. Now they have to come with the LCAP. So we'll go through the priorities. Basic services is the first one, which is really looking at teacher credentialing, facilities, and instructional materials. You can see here that we did have some misassignments of teachers. These 3 teachers here were teachers that were in process or had a waiver for their CLAD certificate, but were unable to take the test to finish their program because of the pandemic. But they were properly waivered and okay to teach our English learners. We had one other misassignment where a teacher started the year on a permit, and we moved her to become an intern, and she will finish her program shortly. So we did have 4 misassignments. We had no vacant positions. We held our public hearing in September to do the assure our community that our students had their standards aligned instructional materials. And then we did the fit survey, which showed how our facilities are doing. Most of our facilities that were in deficient repair really had to do with batteries that needed to be changed. There was stained ceiling tiles, there was small holes in windows, and most of those things have already been repaired. Implementation of academic standards, we're rating ourselves. Looking at our progress in providing professional learning for teachers, we feel like we are in full implementation of this, both with our professional development and with our instructional coaches. Our progress in making sure that our staff has instructional materials that are aligned to standards, and we have adopted current materials for all areas, so we feel like that is in full implementation. Policies to support staff in identifying areas. Again, we're in full implementation. We use our coaches and support staff to help our teachers identify where they may need support and get coaching to become really effective. And our progress towards implementing each of the following standards. World language tends to be a struggle for us. We've had difficulty retaining Spanish teachers at our middle school. Career technical education, while we have electives that address this, especially at our middle schools, we were in process of starting a collaboration with the high school district on this when the pandemic hit. So we're going to look to begin that again. And then looking at professional development groups and needs of our teachers, feel like we're in implementation of that. State priority 3 is parent engagement. This was new a couple of years ago to the local indicators, at least the self-reflection tool. So we built questions from the self-reflection tool into our climate survey, our LCAP climate survey, so we could really look at our progress over time. So you can see here how we're doing and where our percentages are. We feel like here in building relationships, we're either in initial implementation or full implementation. Then here looking at partnerships for student outcomes, definitely some areas where we need to work, but I think a lot of these areas are addressed in our strategic plan, especially in the actions and services in the LCAP as well, under goal 3 or goal area 3 in the strategic plan. And then input for decision making. This is something that came up on the LCAP survey as well, that we need to work on how we better support getting input around decisions. State Priority 6 is school climate, and this is surveying our students on their perceptions of school safety and connectedness. And we did do this in February, and we surveyed students in grades 4 through 8. I put some highlights in here. You can see that we've had some variation in some of these areas, but we've had some increases from last year. Some things have stayed fairly consistent. And I think this year was a little tough because the kids, when we gave them the survey, they weren't back in school, and they're trying to base their responses on being in distance learning. My school is clean is an interesting one to me because we really weren't at school. So we'll see what happens next year. And then again, I had mentioned student character.
Ms. Bauer, I'm going to interrupt very quickly.
Sure.
I did not end the public hearing that we were having.
Oh.
So I'm going to formally at 10:04 p.m. end the public hearing on the local control accountability plan. My apologies.
Okay. Nope. Okay. Thank you. State Priority 7 is broad course of study, and are measuring our progress to giving students access to a broad course of study throughout their career with us. These are the things that we look at as defined by education code. We look at schedules and what we offer to students to help us rate our progress. And then looking at our data, definitely the pandemic kind of inhibited some of the things we usually do. And we know we had internet access issues for some students. Having hands-on science was inconsistent. And for the majority of the year, physical education, art, music was done virtually. And in middle school, again, similar things as I mentioned about the internet, unable to hire a Spanish teacher at Graham Middle School. We had an elective wheel instead of choice electives. And we had a modified schedule, which didn't allow for response to instruction. So this year, moving forward, these are just the barriers, again, similar to what I said on the previous slide. And then our goal is to make the adjustments as we move into the 21-22 school year to remove all of these and go back to a more normal schedule. Here's just some survey data, having students have access to a range of enrichment activities. We know we didn't do this in the pandemic because it was difficult, and broad range of subjects, again, having the elective wheel, I think, as opposed to choice electives was tough. So we plan to open in August with a regular schedule, and we'll mitigate many of the issues that we encountered this year. And in the middle schools, we'll return to an 8-period schedule, which will allow students to have many more options during the school day. So next steps, we'll bring these back for approval on June 17th and upload the data to the dashboard and continue to work on our strategic plan and LCAP.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bauer. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Chang and then Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. In the presentation, in the parts where they referred to back to the LCAP survey for the staff and parents, is there a place where parents or the public, that when they're interested, where they can go to see all the questions and survey results?
We usually post that, and we haven't yet, and I will work with Dr. Rudolph to get that done.
Trustee Blakely.
It's come up, on multiple occasions, but I'm just curious if there's anything we can do to, hire and retain and ensure that we have world language teachers at both of the middle schools, Spanish in particular. I know it's a challenge because the high school districts pay more, but I'm really, really interested in trying to make sure that we have a Spanish teacher at both of our middle schools.
Well, and I think we're interested in that too. We offer bonuses definitely to hard to fill positions, and that is one of the positions we do offer a bonus to. And I know we go out early and often for these positions. It's just been a struggle, but I think as part of our strategic plan and attracting and retaining and supporting our staff, that'll be a piece we'll look at, and how we can find some other ways to partner, maybe with programs or colleges, to try to get a pipeline for teachers, but it is difficult.
Kind of building off of Trustee Blakely's question. So we have more success finding multiple subject BCLAD credentialed teachers than we've had finding single subject BCLAD credentialed teachers. One thing to put out there is an out of the box idea is, if we can't get them from outside, can we grow our own? Could we support some of our multiple subject BCLAD teachers in testing for their single subject credential? Because it's actually, you need a certain number of courses, and then you can test on top of your multiple subject credential to get a single subject without having to go all the way back through a credentialing program. So perhaps we could create an internal pipeline possibly to pull people up. And they might be people invested in teaching Spanish to our students because they may have had them when they were elementary school students.
And I definitely know that Ms. Victor is taking notes on that as she moves forward. But she did send me a text that we have hired a Spanish teacher for Graham. So yay.
Oh, wonderful. Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, and this is related to a statewide conversation, I know, and with the governor. But one suggestion I talk about out of the box is to allow some kinds of virtual learning to continue, so that, so like if you can't find a physical teacher for foreign language at one school, that you could have students have a virtual teacher for that kind of subject. And this may be, too much of a question for one single school district, but I don't know if that's being discussed in the state to allow kind of pockets of virtual instruction.
And I will tell you that the governor has mentioned this, but he has not given us any details. He's said, yes, we could look at this, and this may be an option, but we haven't gotten enough details. And I think we're going to have to wait to see what comes out as we move forward with the budget in the state and the adoption and more information before we can kind of understand what we can do and not do.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, we'll take public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, or you can press *9 on your phone. I do not see any public comment at this time. Are there comments from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Just a comment on the survey result about the students talk about cleanliness, and then also talk about their interest in character education. I'll just share the anecdote that one way to do both is to have kids clean, build character. When I was a director at Conlab School, one of the best ways we built character education was kids K to 8 middle school all cleaning up their school. And following up, thank you for about the posting the survey results. I think that a lot of the public probably will take great value in just seeing the questions and the numerical results. I think that's a very useful way for a community to understand the district.
Trustee Berman.
So I appreciate this presentation, because I've always wondered where those numbers come from. So when I've gone onto the websites, I'm like, oh, I finally understand. And I also appreciate you pointing out that some of these results, are reflected in the LCAP. And I definitely saw that when I noticed that maybe our ratings were low. I just appreciate you making that connection for us, that this is something that we're going to be addressing. So look forward to seeing how we end up. Thank you.
And I think for these results and the LCAP survey, this was such an astonishingly unusual year. I think the results are really useful information, but I also anticipate that some of those results will be very, very different back on campus. So thank you for both of these presentations and for all of your work that's going into this. Is I think of you as like the instructional librarian of the district, because you have to catalog everything for these massive documents. But thank you for your work. All right, we will now move on to, we are back to what was formerly item D. This will be a public hearing on, is that correct, Dr. Westover? On the Education Protection Account, resolution number 01061721.
So for the board, this will be a fairly quick one. This is.
I'm going to open the public hearing starting at 10:13 p.m.
Perfect. For the board, this will be a pretty quick one. To the board documentation, we've uploaded the expenses for the Education Protection Account, verifying that it has not been spent on administrative costs or administrative salaries.
Thank you. Are there questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, if you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. We do not appear to have public comment. Are there any comments from trustees? Seeing as there are none, thank you, Dr. Westover, and we will close the public hearing at this time at 10:14 p.m. We will now move on to our next item, which is a public hearing on the 2021-2022 budget adoption. We will open this hearing at 10:14 p.m. with Dr. Westover.
I also have Nadia Pongo with me here tonight to present alongside. Are you able to unmute Nadia before I start?
Sure. Good evening, board members. We're here to present the budget over here for 21-22.
Welcome, Ms. Pongo.
All right. I'm going to try to speed through some of this because I know we're trying to make sure we can make it to the end tonight. So connecting it back to our strategic plan, of course, resource stewardship for strategic plan 2021, maintaining a balanced general fund. This can mean deficit spending in any year as long as we are between 17 and 20% in the third year out. So this is the infographic that we've been using quite a bit recently of where we are in this budget process. So today is June 3rd for the public hearing on the budget adoption. We'll come back to you June 17th with the budget adoption. Some highlights from the May revise. Good news for schools across the state. Governor Newsom announced that the state was facing a $100 billion surplus, and it's been dubbed the California Comeback Plan. This also means extra money for schools. This is very, very different than what we were experiencing last year at this time. Last year at this time, we were talking about potential cuts to education. So schools across California are finding themselves in a very different position. A big piece of this is the cost of living adjustment, or the COLA. The May revision increases the COLA, which is applied to the local control funding formula, or LCFF base grant for each grade span. Supplemental and concentration grants are calculated based on the percentage, the unduplicated pupil percentage. So for us, because we're a basic aid district, this has less of an impact on us. Later on, I'll have a couple of slides that shows our state funding and federal funding. The COLA is great news for most school districts in California, but does not have as great of an impact on us. This is a diagram showing the difference between an LCFF district and a basic aid school district. So we are a basic aid district, meaning that our local property taxes are greater than what the state would provide. So we get to keep the additional property taxes. So that mega COLA that you'll hear the governor talk about is impacting this state aid bucket, but because we are so far into basic aid, we'll not receive that we won't feel the impact of that mega COLA. State programs make up only about 7% of our current budget. In special education, the May revision proposes to apply the compounded COLA of 4.05% to special education funding. It's an increase compared to the statutory COLA in the governor's budget. This will increase the special education base rate from $625 in the current year to approximately $650.31 per ADA. This we may see a slight increase in our special education funding, but of course it all goes through our local SELPA who distributes the funds. We're also keeping our eye on a targeted intervention grant, which is going to be $2.6 billion and will be allocated according to a school district's LCFF entitlement. Additionally, he's proposing more money for in-person instruction, health, and safety. This is $2 billion for new grants to supplement the in-person instruction grant. So we'll keep our eyes on this as well. One of the biggest things that he's proposing in the May revision is universal TK. A lot of information is still coming out about what this would look like. Right now, it's sounding like it might be grants to initially start, and then it would be rolled into Prop 98, which means our school district would not receive any additional funding for doing it universal TK. But of course, this is still in the planning process. And I know we are keeping a close eye on what this might mean. Another piece is kitchen infrastructure upgrades. This is great news because all school districts, including ours, have been serving more meals this year, especially because of the Summer Seamless program and the need in the community. So it's a proposal where all school districts would receive a base allocation of $25,000 to help upgrade their infrastructure. From there, other grants would be made based on an LEA's percent of free and reduced priced meals. So our current year estimated actuals. Ms. Nadia.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. I will go over the major changes since second interim. So one of the changes in revenue, our secure property tax, we experienced an increase of 126,000. For secure property tax, we have an increase of 138,000. And contributions from the general fund actually decreased by 939,000. We also have the in-person instruction. We are recognizing the revenue this year, 721,000, as well as the learning grant, 2.9 million. We are recognizing the revenue in the current year as required by the state, and also the learning grant for instructional aids at $304,000. In the expenditure side, we strategically were able to move the learning pad cost of 1.1 million to the restricted COVID funds, so the free add dollars from the general fund unrestricted. We're also accounting for the one-time 2,000 bonus for staff appreciation, which at estimated cost of 1.2 million. We are recognizing the learning grant in-person expenditures just to balance the resources, about 3.9 million. So here we have the estimated actuals for the general fund for the year 2021, and with programs unrestricted and restricted, we are projecting a net increase of 3.6 million and ending fund balance of 27,875,069. And this these numbers do not include salary increases or the settlements. Also want to share with you the summary of other funds, such as preschool, food services, or post-employment benefits, capital in projects, developer fees, and Fund 40 for special reserves for capital projects. I want to mention that for preschool and food services, our contribution from the general fund decreases slightly. This is part of it because of the COVID funding that helps support these programs. Here we're also showing that we're doing the contribution to the post-employment benefits or other name as OPEB to fund or unfunded liability.
So now moving forward to our 21-22 budget public hearing. Looking at our revenues overall, you can see that a small percentage of our revenue actually comes in from the state and a smaller percentage from the federal government. Then this is looking at our forecasted expenditures for books and supplies, capital outlay. Capital outlay is actually our CBRS project, salaries and benefits, services, and other operating expenses. Looking at our multi-year projections. Before we jump in, we wanted to briefly talk about what a multi-year projection should be used for. It's based on known information and current assumptions, and it's not intended to be a prediction of the future or a crystal ball. They're really a snapshot of what's happening right now, and we have to be mindful that they're not used as measuring sticks between interims. An MYP is based on current known information and not based on the governor's May revisions. So just earlier, I was talking about all these changes that might take place because they're not written into law yet. Our MYP does not take don't take those all into account. Some of our assumptions, what's presented does not take into account the settling of MVEA or CSEA for 2021. It does take into account the COLA, a 2% step in column. So each year, as teachers move between each step and column, it takes that into account. It takes into account benefits as well as AV growth, which we are projecting at 2%, 1%, and 1% in the years out, as well as increases for CalSTRS and CalPERS. Some general accounting information as we're looking at our MYP over the first budget adoption and into first interim. We anticipate seeing a significant change in first interim as we did this past year. This is due to when funds are rolled over from the previous year. COVID funds are one-time funds that we cannot roll forward until the books are closed. So our books close on June 30th. So in this period between now and June 30th, hypothetically, there could still be big spending going on. So once the books are closed, we close the books, and then at first interim is when we roll those funds forward. So in first interim, you're going to see all of those COVID funds hit the books. So you'll see that our projections for restricted funds change, and this creates a large increase. And that's just the way the school accounting works. So we wanted the board to be aware that this would be occurring.
In addition to those considerations, it's important to mention the ESSER 3 funds have not been allocated to districts yet. We currently don't have a resource to include in our budget, and depending on the timing, we may be able to report this at first interim or a second interim. And as we just have been mentioning, the budget does not include the salary increases or settlements, and because we're just creating, as we started our budget development, and we just have to meet our deadline, and so these projections do not include the settlement. But once the settlements are official, then we will be adjusting all the salaries.
And then what we will do for the board and the public is during the June 17th meeting, we'll show what a projection would look like taking into account MVEA and CSEA settling.
So here's our general fund for the fiscal year 21-22 with unrestricted and restricted programs. We are projecting a net increase of 1,197,453 with an ending balance of 29,072,522. With this projection, we have our multi-year projection for the next year, 21-22 at 31.12%. In year 2, or 22-23, we're projecting at a reserve level of 29.78%. In year 3, we're projecting a reserve level of 27.93%. And also we'd like to share the summary of other funds for preschool, food services, and oral pet or post-employment benefits, capital projects, developer fees, and a special reserve for capital projects.
Some considerations for the future. There may be additional costs with fully reopening of schools and potentially temporary closing them again if needed. The impact of the governor's May revision will not be fully known until later this summer. And similar to last year, we may see increases in funding that will be reported in our first and second interim reports. So our next steps will come in front of you again on June 17th. For the board meeting for the action and adoption of the education protection account as well as the budget. And then we'll continue to monitor changes based on the May revise. Before we stop for questions, we're going to pop right into the LCFF budget overview for parents.
I would like to go over the LCFF, or also known as the local control accounting formula, and this summarizes some of the information that Ms. Bauer already went over. So our projected revenue for the year 21-22 school year, the total revenue is 88.7 million. Of that, 76% is from the LCFF. 2% is for federal funding, 7% is state funding, which is about 5.9 million, and 50% is for local revenue. Of those 67 million, we have to use $3 million on students with high needs, which are foster kids, English learning, and also low-income students. The district is projecting to spend 85.1 million. Of all those expenditures, our district has linked or tied 7.6 million for goals and actions in the LCAP. For the current year, for the students of high needs, we projected to spend 4.7 million, but actual show they will be spending about 4.5 million on students of high needs. We are actually required to spend only 2 million. So we are still spending more than what we are required by the state.
Now I'll flip back to questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Westover and Ms. Pongo. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, 2 questions that are not related to each other. I didn't know what I don't remember ever seeing a budget overview presentation for parents. So was this an addition this year that you wanted to make the budget more understandable, or is this a new requirement?
So it's been in place for several years to try to help parents understand the budget. It may look different, maybe because I screen capped it differently. In past budget presentations, it may have just shown the graph. And then I captured the wording around it. That might be why it looks a little bit different. But it has always been included with the presentations and then also in the approval of the LCAP.
Okay. And then the second question is, and I can't remember the name of this organization, and you do remember it. Did you go to the school services May revise presentation? And the one in particular that I'm interested in is the one for the basic aid districts. So did you go to that one?
We definitely went to the school services one, attended the county meetings for basic aid. All of the ways we can get information, we try to absorb it.
And capital advisors, right? Hosted by the county.
Oh, no. And I know that Rebecca goes to that, and many of us did too. No, there's the organization that's for basic aid district.
I'm trying to think which one that is. The county has a special meeting that they put on.
Yeah.
Aid
It's through school services, anyway, so it sounds like you didn't go to that one this year because anyway, you're always educating us to the fact that because we're a basic aid district, a lot of what we hear in the general public about the May revise doesn't apply to us. And I'm interested in a deeper dive into what impact all of these have on basic aid districts like ours.
Yes, we'll keep an eye on things as they move through the legislature. You know, I think the biggest one we're keeping our eyes on is the universal TK right now.
Oh yeah. I am very, very interested in that and the ramifications, short-term and long-term. Good.
And I will note that the public at the very beginning of the meeting when we were approving our agenda, we modified our agenda and combined two items, which had previously been items 7E and 7F, the public hearing and the budget overview for parents. We moved the budget overview for parents into this item to do it kind of as an overall public hearing. So if people are confused, that's what happened. But that was, 5.5 hours ago. Are there any other questions from trustees? Trustee Berman and then Trustee Chang.
Thank you. I appreciate these presentations so much. I feel like every time you present, I pick up on something new. I'm also really interested in the universal TK. I'm just looking at my slide up here. Could you just clarify? It says that the funding through Prop 98 would not be available to us. So is that because we're basic aid, I'm assuming?
It is.
Okay. But there will be the set of initial grants that we could apply for so that we could expand TK in the next few years. I'm assuming that we could apply for those grants, but then we wouldn't get the ongoing funding. Is that what it's implying?
Yes, and unfortunately, most often when the grants are available, they are made available first to districts that have high unduplicated counts, and we normally don't fall into that category. So we wait and we always apply and we always get in line, but we don't always necessarily receive funding. So in this case, if it continues to go the way that is planned, I do not anticipate that our district would receive additional funding for this.
Got it. Thank you.
Trustee Chang.
This is a follow-up from Trustee Berman's question. Because we're basic aid and with this, the TK, universal TK, so do we not anticipate there being major impacts on facilities because this won't really impact us?
All sorts of questions still. I don't think we have answers yet.
Yeah, and also related to that, and I'm looking at, on my screen, President Conley is right above you. This seems like the kind of thing that the legislature would work on because it just doesn't seem, it doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem like something that the legislature would throw at basic aid districts, an expectation that you have to create an additional grade out of whole cloth. So I'm thinking, looking at President Conley and others of you, this sounds like the kind of thing that we're going to need to educate our legislators on and work with them on it. And we've got a year to think this through.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some serious strategizing at the Santa Clara County School Board Association and in the first 5, there are all of these interest groups that are really going to be organizing around this, I think, because as it is, it's not going to work. So I agree, Trustee Wheeler. We will now take public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment, you can press *9 on your phone or raise your hand in Zoom. I do not see any public comment at this time. Are there comments from trustees? Trustee Chang.
I just want to extend appreciation for the the stewardship of Dr. Westover and your staff and Ms. Pongo on, there's so many things our district's able to do that other districts can't do because of the financial expertise of you and your staff. And just recognizing that in a year with also Measure T and construction, the role of your business office, the duties have exponentially expanded. I have a former classmate who's a business officer in a district and took that position because the hours are less often in a non-construction year. But I could never say that about our district office. The work on your office and your team enormous, and so is the impact. Thank you.
And I realized I was a little quick on the draw on moving the trustee comments because a hand popped up just as I started to do that. I didn't wait very long for public comment. I believe this is Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson, you will have 3 minutes to address the board on this item. We'll get a timer up. There we go. Mr. Nelson, you may press *6 on your telephone to unmute.
I think I'm getting that. I was waiting for your 20-second countdown. Yeah, I'd like to make a comment on number one, the delta on the budget reserves, the money left over is $2.5 million plus. So at the end of the balance of the first year, there's a 31% reserves. Now, that's definitely outside of the range of 17 to 20%, which is the board resolution for trying to spend the money on education, not leave it sitting in the county treasury. Trustee Chang, not very resolute, is it? This is a problem that we ran into when you and I and Bill Lampert first came on this board, is there was more increasing money not spent and left to accumulate as reserves than is needed or even exceeds a resolution. 31% is more than 50% over the maximum of the range that the board has set. And so I think there's no excuse for that because that money, like the leftover $150,000, could be used for these high need students. The other thing is, because there's a 3 times advantage of being a white kid in this district than there is being an Hispanic kid. You get an advantage either way, but it's 3 times higher according to the latest research from local education research organizations. The other thing is the description of excess need spending is non-informative, generic, and really an unsatisfying description. You can't tell what programs are just for these kids and what ones are for all kids in all sites. It's what the problem with the LCAP funding arrangement is. So higher needs kids is the same as unduplicated and LCFF targets. And it is not over $4 million exclusively for high need student programs, supplementary programs. That is essentially a statistical lie that you guys are presenting to the board and to this public. And you know, many of us know how to read statistics and we know how to read spreadsheets and we know how to read complicated budgets. And it is a problem when the administration starts using statistical lies to put forward their way of how money ought to be spent. Board, when this money, $3 million, isn't being spent for those kids who are far behind, it's really your responsibility to see that you give direction to the.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. We will now move on to comments from trustees. Trustee Chang.
Just a comment. So based on the comment made by Mr. Nelson, former trustee Nelson, I just wanted to clarify. When he's mentioning these reserves, I think the public will have a much better understanding of where reserves at when we get the reports back with the impacts on our commitments to compensating, attracting and retaining staff. And I think these reserves that Mr. Nelson says are quite large. I just don't want the public to think we're sitting on money. I think that once these numbers are shown on the commitments we've made to try to retain teachers and educators and administrators, things will look different there. And I just don't want to leave that hanging. Thank you.
Yeah, we need to, when all of our agreements with our staff organizations or union representation are finalized, that will shift the budget and the reserves. And board direction is that the reserve should be between 17 to 20%. Are there other comments from trustees? And Dr. Westover, my understanding of the budget overview for parents is that that is actually a format that is mandated at the state level. Is that true, or am I imagining that?
Yes, that's correct. We get the form and we have to input numbers exactly as it prescribed.
So it's a template that we're required to use to communicate in that format.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. If there are no further comments from trustees, at 10:43 p.m., I will now close the public hearing of the 2021-2022 budget adoption. Trustees, would you like a 3-minute bio break before we move on to our next item, which will be the community restroom process summary?
Yes.
Okay, so I will see everyone back at 10:47. All right. Our next item is the community restroom process summary with a presentation from our Chief Business Officer, Dr. Westover.
Hello again. I also have Jason Cave here, who's ready to answer any questions if there's specific questions about construction. All right, so our community restroom process summary. Where are we now? I guess to ground us in where we started with everything, of course, it's always the safety of students and staff. Feedback during the master facility planning process indicated that for safety reasons, public adult restrooms should not be shared with students. Additionally, having the restrooms provide a convenience for city residents, and then having a separate restroom will make it easier to maintain cleanliness and provide more durable finishes for public use. We've had initial, even before this process started, we had collaboration with the city and MVPD. We talked about the restroom standards with Park and Recreation, the sinks, the flooring, the stalls, discussions about placement to ensure the ease of cleaning and a location that's good for residents with Parks and Recreation. We also talked with Mountain View MVPD about safety to look at our proposed locations. And then we also asked if there had been any significant issues reported with public restrooms on campuses that we currently have or around the city. And MVPD does not have any significant concerns. This is where we are in our process overview. So today is June 3rd, and we're presenting feedback from the community to the Board of Trustees. We will also be providing information to the city so they can share with council. And then we'll come back to you on June 17th to present schematic designs, budget, and timeline for board approval. We had several methods for notification about our community meetings on the restrooms. Everything from postcards to posters hung at each site with QR codes and links to register for the meetings, social media posts. We sent notifications to the city, sent out notification through school newsletters, and also had information on our marquee signs. So hopefully, no matter how people like to receive information, they were able to know that this community meeting was happening. For the design process, some considerations were proximity to sewer and power lines, ease of use by the community, accessibility for cleaning and maintenance, safety of students and community members, and an accessible path of travel. For the hours of use, this came up during the community meetings that community was interested in. The hours will follow city policy, so the restrooms will be available for use after school hours on the weekends. So during the week, 4 p.m. to sunset, and the restrooms will have city standard locks that automatically lock and unlock at the appropriate times. And these are locks that the city uses at their other restrooms across the city. And the city will also maintain the restrooms. Starting with Castro Mistral, these are the 4 locations proposed. Feedback from the community meeting, we had 2 individuals participate in the meeting. One individual had questions mainly about why students in the public could not use the same restroom and did not have feedback about the location. I also had some questions about the city contribution to building the restroom. The second person that joined was a school community member and planned to attend a school meeting to give feedback. Feedback from the school meetings, Castro staff and community preferred the location near the tot lot. Castro staff and community have a safety concern about the restroom closest to the school due to line of sight. The preschool prefers the 2 locations near the tot lot. The Mistral staff and community prefer the location near the tot lot or near Latham. Preferences for the restrooms to be considered separate. The preference is for the restrooms to be considered separate from the school. At this location, it may be best for the door to face the tot lot because of the slope on the other side, and this would need to be addressed during the design process. So looking at the diagram again, overall, the preference is for the restroom near the tot lot. At Landals, these were the 2 proposed locations. 4 individuals participated in the community feedback meeting. The preference was for gender neutral restrooms, a preference to have the restrooms face the fields to watch children going in and out. The group is split on where to place the restroom. One individual wanted both restrooms. The group is also split on adding a diaper changing table. From the school, gender neutral restrooms was preferred by all. Facing the field was preferred by all. Most wanted the restroom near the trail and small park. Some wanted it on the field side. There was a request for signage for when the restrooms would be open, a request for a water station for humans and dogs, a request for poop bags for dogs, and a preference for the first and third option for the design. So this is the first option for the design of the restroom, and this is the third option. In further discussions with the city about the location near the trail and small park, the city felt like it would be really difficult to reach this location for cleaning. So the preference was to have it over near Mercy Street. However, we did hear concerns from residents wanting to make sure that the restroom wasn't in someone's backyard. So we are proposing moving it, further towards the school, away from the property line. At Huff, these were the possible locations presented. We had 2 individuals that participated in the Huff community meeting. Gender neutral or family restrooms were preferred. A water fountain with bottle filler was requested, and a general preference for the location near the baseball diamond. Feedback from the school and community is a preference for the location near the baseball diamond. Concerns about who was going to clean the restrooms. Concerns about keeping the restrooms locked during school hours, and parents were happy about getting them, but would like to know if the city is participating. So general consensus was the restroom near the baseball diamond. And then looking at the possible designs, these are the 3 that were presented: 1, 2, and 3. And so our recommendations, gender neutral restrooms in general facing the field, signage that indicates hours of use, to have a water fountain with bottle filler, design number 1, which I'll show you on the next slide, and locations indicated on the next slide based on feedback. Any questions, thoughts, or feedback?
Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, I heard the question about diaper changing stations. What did you decide about that?
You know, we didn't make a firm decision on that one way or the other. I don't think it hurts to put them in because if somebody doesn't need to use them, they don't have to.
Isn't it just as simple as a little thing that flaps up and then pulls down on the wall? It doesn't seem like a big space taker upper.
It's not, and they're not a huge expense. we can install them when we put them in.
Yeah, the only thing we have to think about is ADA requirements of where we place them, so they don't interfere with like bars or if somebody like with wheelchair access needs to get in. But I am a big fan of diaper changing stations, having gone through raising a child at that age, especially near a playground. Other questions from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Thank you for the presentation. What's the anticipated budget right now for the park restrooms out of Measure T?
Sure.
So
Jason.
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say the project budget currently is $991,875. And that's project cost.
Other questions from trustees? Dr. Westover, I was trying to go back over something that I'm really happy about with this process is that we're really trying to get a lot of community input on this, and then on the lighting item we're going to talk about in a little bit. So I wanted to make sure my timeline was correct. We had a construction update on April 1st that included discussion of the restroom placement. We also had an update on a construction update on May 20th. that included this. And then I believe, is that it so far, or did we have a presentation on May 6th as well?
Let me look back at my notes really quickly. In May, we had the community meeting, so we didn't have a board meeting on it.
Okay, just the part of the construction update on the 20th of May after some of the community meetings. All right, any other questions from trustees? We will now take public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you would like to address the board, you can raise your hand using the raised hand function in Zoom, or you can press *9 on your phone. If you are new to a school district board meeting, we agreed in our retreat this year that we would allocate 10 minutes of public comment per item, and the time will be divided based on the number of speakers. If we have more than 10 speakers, we will allocate 1 minute to each person and go up to a total of possibly 20 minutes. I see that we have 3 members of the public who would like to address the board on this item. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. We will start with Silja Paymer. We have a timer up for you. You may unmute yourself.
Hi, yeah, my name is Celia Paymer. I don't live in the Landals area, but we use it a lot because our friends live there. And I would just maybe recommend, because it was such a small sample size at the community meeting, maybe putting the 2 locations up to a vote. I know personally, you just talked about, having kids. I'm not one that loves to use public bathrooms, so I'll hold it till I get home. But when you're potty training, that's when you use all the public bathrooms, and having it so far from the tot lot. I don't know, as a parent, I would value it a lot less as a public restroom that far away. So maybe, since it is only 2 sites, maybe a way to get community input would to post it as a Google form with just sort of a vote, because I have a feeling that there wasn't a broad sample set at that meeting that chose that location. I think she said 4 people. So that would be my recommendation, to not end up with another brouhaha when they find it is not in a place that they feel very useful to them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to Mr. Steve Nelson. You may unmute yourself, Mr. Nelson, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I, like the president, am really happy with this process. It's a great process. Early, clear, community notice, and input from the community who wanted to show up, because I'm sure there was good outreach to the community. If the community doesn't show up to the meetings, they're just going to have to assume the wisdom of the board is not perfect, it's pretty good. The design number 1 seems great. Standard with all neighborhoods that need to get this. Bub, for instance, doesn't, because about 10, 12 years ago, the city actually built a similar kind of facility in the small public park that's right next to the Bub field. The distance that you have to walk, believe me, if you're at a park that doesn't have any restroom at all, the tot lot to restroom distance is something you sort of have to negotiate, like when you negotiate going to an airport with a kid. So I don't think Google online voting of people is a very good way for a board to do community input. The standard pre-built thing, I've written to you before, I think it's a great idea. I think that shows how well this project is being managed. And the automatic locking system seems to work really fine that the city used. Every time I need to use it, when I go over there to the Bub Park, it's done. It's open, I'm sure, when the people do baseball and soccer on the school fields, joint use school fields. So great project. I'm glad you're doing it. It sounds just fine to me.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Our 3rd speaker and last speaker will be Tim McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie, you may unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Hi all, Tim McKenzie, he, him pronouns. I I feel compelled to bring forward something that you may or may not be aware of. The city of Mountain View has recently decided to put period products free of charge in municipal bathrooms. And I know that the school district bathrooms are run by the school district rather and not by the city. So I think the actions by city council do not necessarily impact the bathrooms under your jurisdiction. And I just wanted to bring that idea to you and suggest that as these new bathrooms are built, that there are free period products included. When we go into I walk into a bathroom, I don't really think about the fact that there's toilet paper and paper towels there. I think that anyone who's menstruating should be able to go and get period products if they need it, if they come into a situation with it. And I'd love to see this extend to the bathrooms under your jurisdiction. And as these new ones are being built, that seems like a perfect opportunity to sort of start from the beginning. I'd love to see that happen. And then also extending to the already existing bathrooms. That'd be great to see happen in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. McKenzie. Are there comments from trustees? Trustee Chang, and then Trustee Berman.
When we build these, I hope that we put some kind of plaquage or a plaque on the outside explaining a little about first that the district built these bathrooms, and maybe even a little about the joint use, because I think if we don't put a real clear, take that as an opportunity to educate the community, first they're going to assume the city built it, because it's unusual for a school district to spend $1 million to build restrooms for the public, but we do it because we have this unique situation of a joint use in the parks. And I think it's a really good place to do some kind of casual educating the public, and as well as showing them what we're doing for the public in parks.
I think we could stamp it funded by Measure T. Thank you to the community. Trustee Berman.
So I know that I've thanked Dr. Westover before, but I'm going to thank you again for coordinating all these meetings with the community and making yourself available and being there. And I know that some of them we didn't get a lot of community members, but someone showed up every time. And the fact that you made yourself available to answer questions and to take feedback. I just really appreciate the outreach and the time that you took to answer those questions and to get that feedback. I'm also curious, just based on this last comment from Mr. McKenzie, I remember that conversation at the City Council. What are the chances that if the city is doing the maintenance, they'd be willing to also extend that courtesy to these bathrooms as well, that are being used by the community? And I'm not sure, but I wonder if it's worth the ask.
You have a majority of board support for exploring that, I think.
I want to make sure that the community does know that the city is planning to contribute to the building, to funding the restrooms. In terms of period products, school district provides period products for all of the students free of charge. And we'll work with the city to figure out an arrangement to make sure we have period products available. Because I know if the city is providing it, the school district is providing it for our students, I'm sure we can come up with something.
Great, thank you, Dr. Westover. Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, I want to make sure also regarding going back to the diaper changing stations, that both of the restrooms in the facility have those, because often they'll have them in a female restroom but not the male restroom. And I think that to a comment that somebody made a couple of meetings ago, I think all of these should be unisex.
That's the plan right now, to make them gender neutral.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I agree. Gender neutral, diaper changing, period products, all great things. Acknowledging city and district partnership and signage, like great suggestions from other trustees. I would like to note the suggestion about having a water fountain and a dog fountain. When those are located anywhere near sandboxes, they become sand play water features instead. So Mariposa Park is a really good example of this. The dog water station is all the way across the park, but it is always filled with sand because it is just an irresistible thing for small people to truck sand over and stick it in the water. But you know, if when we do locate near tot lots, I don't want to break anyone's brain, but if we're putting in a whole bunch of plumbing, if we could extend just a pipe over to the sandbox so that there's a water access feature in those tot lot sandboxes, that is something that is amazing for young children's development. I don't want it to be a gross expense. And I know we're kind of late in the process, but before we put in all the plumbing, I wanted to mention it.
We can definitely look into it, and a huge connection. A 3-year-old, hours of fun with sand and water. If there's sand and water, we are there. We can definitely look into it.
And I'm also a fan of, if at all possible, locating the restrooms near the tot lot. I understand the city's concerns around maintenance access, but I mean, that's really the primary constituents who are going to be served by that bathroom. If there are no further comments, we will move on to the next item. Before we do so, trustees, my sense of things is that it would be good, now that we are at 11:09 p.m., to delay the iReady presentation for a future board meeting. I wanted to suggest that to trustees. I don't know if we need a formal motion on that to pull it for a future meeting, but I don't think we're going to get through that whole presentation tonight. Dr. Rudolph?
You don't need a formal vote. You just have to agree that you all are willing to forego it. So you can straw poll it.
If there's any way to do a quick highlight, if we have time at the end, it's just such a great story. I'd love to get it out there. Okay. So that's my thought.
Trustee Wheeler.
And I'm sorry for Swati.
So my preference is to provide a full opportunity for that presentation, not to shortcut it. And what I also wanted to say is I was surprised to see this agenda, and I was reminded when I was thinking about getting through the whole meeting, there are some other agenda items after that meeting. We flipped around some agenda items. So like the superintendent report and the community comment on items not on the agenda.
Yeah.
So those still need to happen too.
That's why I'm thinking we aren't going to have time to actually have that full iReady presentation in detail, but maybe it might be mentioned in the superintendent's update and then come back for a really full hearing at a future board meeting.
That would make me happy.
Okay, so we are going to formally pull the agenda item on the iReady results for a future board meeting. And now we will move on to our presentation on the community lighting process summary, again with Dr. Westover.
I'm back. All right, let me share my screen. Okay, so we followed exactly the same process for this site lighting as we did for the park restrooms. Where are we now? Of course, the safety of students and staff is important, and feedback during the master facility planning process indicated that we needed more lighting on the pathways. This is an example of one of the postcards that we sent out letting community members know about what was happening at each of the school sites, as well as the meetings that were taking place. This is a listing of the community meetings that were held. And then principals also gathered feedback at their school site council meetings, ELAC, and principal coffees. Again, we use the same methods of notification that we did for the park restroom process: postcards, posters at each site with links and QR codes, social media posts, notification to the city. We sent them out in school and superintendent newsletters, as well as announcements on our marquee signs. For the design process, We wanted to identify deficiencies within existing lighting and parking areas to and from campus to provide directional LED lighting to eliminate light transfer to neighboring areas or properties. And the standards are to be operated by photocell and timers. These are our proposed light standards. And then I'll flip through the designs for each school and then give the general feedback that we received from the community. So this is Therkoff, green indicating bollard style lights, red indicating pole mounted LEDs. And then I'll show isocurve diagrams. So the diagram is a visual representation of the light diffused by a luminaire, and each curve or circle represents a value of light measured in foot candles. For reference, 1 foot candle is approximately equivalent to light from a full moon on a clear night. I should have mentioned earlier, we also have the architect here to answer any questions that the board might have, as well as Greystone. These are the isocurve diagrams for Therkoff. This is Bubb Elementary. And the isocurves for Bubb. Castro Mistral. The isocurve diagram for Castro Mistral. Crittenden. Graham Middle School. Huff. Landals. Montaloma. Stevenson in the district office. So some of the requests that we had, Castro requested lights on the back side of the campus. It's used for by parents often to walk from Mistral to Castro. Landals requested additional lighting in the hallways. Montaloma requested additional lighting around the field pathways. Montaloma requested to check the lights or install lights in the hallways. Bubb and Living Classroom had a concern around lights near the pollinator garden. And then each of these items will be addressed either through maintenance or the design process. At Montaloma, for the request for the lights on the pathways around the field, we'll be holding off on those because of the potential redesign of the field. So this is to recap the process. We'll be back on June 17th to present schematic designs, budget, and timeline for approval from the Board of Trustees. Each of these items was informed by our photometric survey. The photometric survey was completed to identify problem areas where more light was needed. Vargas did not show a need for additional pathway lighting, but we held community meetings to make sure that we didn't miss something that the community was looking for. Okay, wanted to open it up to thoughts and questions.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. Trustee Chang.
Thank you. The question about the reason why the lights are kind of going to be a new kind of standalones versus kind of attaching lights to the existing building. Is it that the existing building parts just don't focus enough in the right areas, or?
I think I want to allow the architect to talk through this one because it was designed in a specific way for what was needed in the area. And I'm wondering if he can unmute himself. Let me find. Are you able to unmute yourself, Jason?
Yeah, I'm unmuted. I think we need to unmute Chad.
Let me find Chad. Let's see. Chad, you should be able to unmute yourself, and Ken, you should be able to unmute yourself as well.
Yeah, this is Ken Knight. Let me address the building mounted lights. One of the reasons that we did not consider building mounted light is that the light will be distributed away from the building that potentially can cause glare because the buildings are relatively low. So in order to have building mounted light, we will have to direct the light at an angle that can cause not only glare to the people who are walking to and from the buildings, as well as neighbors. So the most effective way to light the pathway, most of them are away from the building anyway, and the parking lot is to have a pole-mounted light, or in the pathways cases, we have some boiler lights. Did I answer your question?
To a quick follow-up, is that the same reason why we don't switch existing lights to a higher voltage, like wattage? Is it for the same?
Yeah, the contrast of the light is undesirable because when we have high contrast of the light, again, is cause glare, and not only that, it is we have too much contrast of the light, so the brighter area get brighter and the darker area will appear to be very dark. So that's not desirable result either. So we like to have a very uniform light throughout the walkway area to promote the safety.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kind of building off of that question, I am curious, do we know what the predictive Kelvin output of the lights will be? Are we going with a warmer light or a whiter light? Or is that something we can still determine?
I think our goal is to have a 3000 Kelvin, which is a typical home or kind of light commercial warmness of the light. I think I have read, I have heard some feedback that we want to have lighting to be even warmer, like 2700 Kelvin, which is fine. We can consider that. But it typically 3000 Kelvin has been used most throughout the industry for an outdoor school environment. For just for a comparison, in a retail space, like in a shopping center at night, those light color temperature is about 4000. So, and also in a typical classrooms in the old days, the light is, fluorescent light. They are cool white fluorescent light. They are 4100 Kelvins. But there is a trend in the industry to make the lighting warmer. The warmer light is good for kids because their eyes can adjust to it. For older people, they prefer to have cooler color temperatures because they can see the contrast when they're doing the reading. But the color temperature doesn't really have much to do with the rendering of the light. Is another subject. Rendering of the light, that like typical LED color can render a color to 90% of the color, as compared to the old days, HID light, which is either mercury or metal halide fixtures, the color rendering is in the range of 60%. So in San Jose, in old days, they have low pressure sodium. The color rendering is even worse. A person can appear to be orangey looking, when they are under those lights. But LEDs are typically at 90%, which is very good.
Thank you. That is extremely informative. And based on the ISO diagrams that we have here, the lights are not going to be shining into homes across the street or even really shining onto the streets very much, if at all. It's mostly targeted straight down to illuminate walking areas. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah. And the light is, when we locate the light poles, if we use a pole mounted light at all, they are shorter poles. They are like 8 feet in height. And we are not locating them right along the property line. And we analyze each case to make sure that we don't have any light trespassing to neighboring yard. With the help, obviously, with the help of the privacy fence that is already existing. Yeah.
And it appears that the lights are not centered on kind of the larger green spaces and heavy planting areas at most of the school sites. They're centered around the buildings and parking lots.
Correct. Not only that, the light is only to be used for safety reason during the activities time period. So like it gets turned on at dusk and turn off as soon as the campus is vacated. So, and it can be bypassed. When the light is bypassed, there's automatic time switch to turn it off at night. So it would not be forgotten to have the light stay on for the whole night.
Thank you very much. Trustee Berman?
I was going to ask precisely about that, about the timers. So that's very helpful. I know that there were some questions out there around when they would turn on and when they would turn off. And at the school site, would they be someone at the school site then could manage that if they had to do an override, if there was maybe a parent event that went a little bit later? Would that be the case?
Yeah, the override is possible. The override is again there is lighting control panel that custodian or principal can override it. Again, the overriding can be up to 2 hours. So when that happens, or it can be as short as only half an hour. It's all on demand basis, right? Yeah. So no longer than 2 hours. By the way, this is Title 24 requirements for us to make sure that we do not waste energy, right? And also do not cause any issue with the nightlife of the creatures, and in some cases, some garden that we don't want to provide night lighting to, right? So, and obviously the neighbors too. Although the neighbors have no lighting effect, but they can be bothered by looking at a distance, their glow of lights that they prefer not to have. So we consider that.
Well, thank you. It's very helpful. Thank you.
Trustee Cheng.
Will it be the district practice to turn off the lights during late at night? Because right now, our existing lights are largely left on all night. Like if you drive by the campus at midnight, most schools, all the lights are on, hallway lights, parking lot lights. So is it our practice that we're going to be turning off our current lights or the new lights after hours?
At this time, we only are looking at new lights. But I know that there's some maintenance issues because like for example, some area under the canopy, there are existing lights, but the lighting circuits need to be looked at to make sure that they can come on. But where in other places that we walk by during the daytime, they are on. So obviously the lighting control need to be looked at in those areas. We can work with Jason to look into further improvement of the existing canopy lights that is not really not currently in our scope of studies. But I think that should be looked at because it is bothersome to waste energy.
Thank you very much. We will now take public comment on this item. If you are a member of the public and you would like to address the board regarding this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function or press *9 on your phone. We have 2 speakers on this item, so each speaker will have 3 minutes. Mr. Nelson, we're going to get a timer up for you. There it is. You may unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes. Oh, let's reset the timer. He's not unmuted yet.
Sounds like I'm unmuted. Yeah, I actually walked outside because I live very close to Bub, and the timers at Bub are working just fine because there are problems with glare from the multi-use rooms at Bub, Huff, and Landals if they're left on all night. They have ones that sort of go out towards the field. But I'm really glad to hear this presentation. I'm surprised that the board is interested in photometry. But yeah, all the issues that have talked to the city about lighting, about International Dark Sky Association things, so you don't pollute the night sky with unnecessary illumination. All those things your consultant is telling you exactly resonates with me, that you don't want glare, because glare is the thing that is light that's going out into areas where it's not wanted and not needed. And that you don't want really bright lights in spots because then your eye can't adjust to the darker areas that you may need to go through once you get off the school property. So all those things are really important. I think you did a great job of explaining to you. And I'm glad the design of the lighting throughout the district is going to be to those high standards. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Ms. Paymer, you have 3 minutes. Let's get our timer reset for you. You may unmute yourself, Ms. Paymer, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, hello. I'm Celia Paymer again. Before I was kind of just talking as a parent of the district, or in the district, and now I'm here as a representative from Green Spaces Mountain View, and we previously sent you a letter, which I can tell many of you read, so we really appreciate that. We still have some concerns about the current lighting proposal. I know many of you are invested in making sure that our schools are green and healthy places for our children. I know Board Member Conley, you're interested in promoting trees. I got to catch part of your More Trees Please when my son was in it before the first graders left, which our group would love to support. But I think maybe you're not as aware of the negative impacts that light pollution has on children, community, and environmental health. So we reference some sources where you can read more about the light pollution impacts. I'm personally disappointed though about the ones at Bub because I know this last winter we often were over there for book pickup, and one of our favorite parts of walking over was looking at the stars with our kids because it is really nice and dark. And I know some people think dark is scary, but we thought it was really exciting and fun for our children. It was great for when their science class asked them to look at the sky. We also dropped off some caterpillars in the pollinator garden that we found in our yard when our milkweed had died. So we'd really liked that to be a place where pollinators continue to grow and thrive. And that is behind room 12, where a lot of the lighting is proposed. There is voluminous evidence to support a fair argument that the lighting project may have a significant unavoidable impact on the environment and on students' health. And so while we appreciate that you're addressing many of the concerns, we do think that a comprehensive CEQA analysis is needed. When we look at each lighting project separately, and separate from the solar installations and fencing and all the other things, it's kind of piecemealing the CEQA review, and it should be analyzed as a whole project since a lot of these developments are happening at once. For lighting, as we can appreciate that you're taking into consideration a lot of our mitigations, and we hope that that continues. In terms of community input, I heard Mr. Nelson's comment earlier, and I do think that 1 or 2 meetings at 4 p.m. are not a complete way to get community feedback on either this or the bathrooms. Can you imagine if teachers only had 1 parent-teacher day at 4 p.m.? They would not get renewed because that is not appropriate feedback to the entire community. You want to get parents that work late. You want to get parents that are available in the morning. You can't have 1 meeting at 4 p.m. and expect full community input. You do need to outreach more than that. And my final point is that I question the photometric survey that I just saw. The ISO curves do not include existing lights. And I know for a fact that there are floodlights on the back of the library, right where a lot of the lights are proposed, and more on the back of the multi-purpose room. So I think that a full...
Thank you, Ms. Paymer. Are there further comments from trustees? And Ms. Paymer, please feel free to send in further written comments. I know all of the trustees read them closely. Are there further comments from trustees? Trustee Chang?
Thank you, President Connolly. I know, last time this item came up and I expressed my concern as to the scope of it. And I want to first acknowledge that I do enjoy privilege in the fact that I recognize that if I walk as an educator in the morning or late at night, it's a different perspective. And recognizing that privilege, I took it upon myself really to make sure that I'm listening and watching. And earlier this week, I made it a point to actually go and visit every single school. I went to every single school in the district at midnight, and it took me 2.5 hours to do this. And I walked the perimeter, and I even took photos. And what I saw there is, first I saw that there are some schools that are really dark. Montaloma and Therakoff. And again, this is just one night, but one night capturing all the different school sites. Those 2 schools were really, really dark. And but there is a lot of variability on how much lighting there is on walking into the buildings, parking to the schools. And most of the buildings, by and large, almost all of them, the lights were on at midnight on the day I visited. So I think if we are going to honor this idea that these new lights will go off, I think we need to look at our current practices is that all the hallway lights are on and sites. And I also went at the same time, it's probably at 1 a.m. now, went to go visit the community center because their bowler lights are the same setup that we were looking at for us. And when you visit the community center late at night, you'll see actually the bowlers actually, because the LEDs are very high lumen, they're actually very bright. I was surprised that downward looking lights could look that bright. So I think that if anyone kind of wants to see what this looks like, the Mount View Community Center on Raitstorp is a good place. So I just can, based on recognizing that I needed to go visit myself and see, I still, and when the board passes this, when it comes back as an action item, I'll fully support the decision of the board. But at this moment, for 2.7 or for $3 million, which actually is what this item will cost, I can't support a $3 million item on lights when many of the sites, I think, have sufficient lighting for safety. And it just doesn't seem to be the bang for the buck that I think the community would look for on this issue. It'd be different if we were targeting specific sites that had the most need. And if we really were going to turn off all the lights in hours that teachers are never there. But right now, at this moment, if you drove around, I would be pretty certain that all the lights are pretty much on at most school sites. And so it makes me worried that we're just adding lights at night. Thank you.
Other comments from trustees? Trustee Blakely.
I just want to say in response to Trustee Chang's comment, I mean, the Measure T money was supposed to touch all the sites And I think that there is a need for lighting at all the sites. To your point that maybe we also need to look at the existing lighting that isn't covered by that, make some adjustments there. I'm open to that, but I mean, we advertised this. Teachers have been clamoring for it for, decades that I'm aware of. And I think it's time to install it. And I am very glad that the plans are carefully taking some of these light pollution issues into effect, as some of the commenters have suggested. So thank you.
Other comments? No. Trustee Berman.
I just want to echo Trustee Blakely and just say that I think that this is an opportunity, if we're talking about, lights that turn off at certain times, to maybe take a look at our other lights to make sure we're not wasting energy and being mindful of how much light is pouring out in the middle of the night. Thank you.
I agree with Trustee Berman and Trustee Blakely that, and Trustee Chang, that there is an opportunity to look at the existing lighting we have and improve it. I'm not sure what the budget on that would be. That's a whole nother thing that we hadn't put in Measure T. So, I don't know what the scope of that work would be, but it's something I am curious about coming out of this conversation. We had some really compelling public comments, written comments to the board about the goal of improved lighting on school sites. And so I wanted to share some of what was written to us after our last discussion of this, because I found it quite moving. With limited resources, we often prioritize the problems we can see. In this case, I'm sure no one wants to wait for actual incidents to occur in order to prioritize improved lighting on school sites. That assumes incidents haven't occurred already and that we would hear about them if and when they do. When women and people tell us that they feel unsafe, we should believe them and do what we can to make spaces safer. As a woman who always feels unsafe in poorly lit public spaces and avoids them as much as possible, I thank you for listening and for engaging the community in this important safety issue. That public comment really struck home for me. And I think that this is the right thing to do. We have had input from teachers for years and years and years. And I remember having this issue a decade ago when I was a teacher in this district and worked late at night on the school campuses. And there was an incident in the neighborhood and there was somebody running with a gun in the neighborhood, and I was at school by myself at night and got a phone call from a friend saying, you need to lock the door, you need to turn off the lights, you need to look like you're not at school. So I think that we should have lighting, but also do our best to balance being responsible stewards of the natural environment around us. And so I'm in favor of the 2,700 kelvins as opposed to 3,000 if that's possible. And I appreciate all the work and detail that went into this. And Chad and Ken and Jason, thank you for staying up with us late into the evening to discuss this. We appreciate it very much. If there are no further comments from trustees, we will move on to our next item. We pulled the iReady diagnostic assessment for a future meeting. So we'll move on to item 8, communications from employee organizations. Are there any representatives of employee organizations who would like to address the board at this time? Seeing as there are none, are there any representatives of district committees who would like to address the board at this time? Seeing as there are none, the superintendent. Welcome.
Just a couple of quick items. So first, happy to announce that we reached a TA with our teachers. They will be voting on that over the next couple of days, but that settles all of our contract negotiations for this year. Obviously, it doesn't mean that it doesn't settle next year, because in a couple months we'll start this dance over, but it is good to have that done. And just want to take a moment to congratulate or those who are retiring, and also thank those for their years of service. I think it's really wonderful. It's unfortunate I have stories for each one of the retirees over my 6 years being in the district, of how I've interacted with them at some point, but they will be missed. And I think it was said eloquently that it's kind of odd to see people go and not in person, but we do wish them well. And then just want to thank all the teachers, staff, as well as community members for their work over this course of this year. And part of the reason why I think it's just that when we look at the data trends from iReady, what we see is that 71% of our students are proficient in reading, 66 to 67% are proficient in math. All of our schools reduced the percent of students who were in tier 2 and tier 3. So those are the students who are behind grade levels. 61% of our students improved in reading, their placement in reading, and 55% improved their placement in math from the start of the school year to now. But even more importantly is even considering that, we were in distance learning for a sizable amount of the year, but 55% of our students made growth in reading, 47% made growth in math. Our fifth graders who are heading to middle school and will get their first taste of being on campus in a while at both Graham and Crittenden. They made the most progress towards meeting their annual growth goals in math, and seventh graders made the most growth in reading. Unfortunately, kinders made the least amount of progress towards their annual typical growth for both reading and math, but I think we would all assume that, kinder is a little bit different and they thrive on that social interaction and being in the classroom as opposed to being on the screen. But considering that all of our kinders teachers really sort of retooled themselves in such a short time, I think it's pretty amazing the growth that they made. All of our subgroups made growth in both reading and math. And even though our subgroups made growth, all of the subgroups made growth. About 60 to 70% of our ELs, students with SEDs, or students socially, economically disadvantaged, as well as students with disabilities, still below grade level. So we still have some work to do there. And keep in mind that our ELs is a moving target. Every time we reclassify kids, it shifts. So when we think of our ELs, these are students who remain ELs. These are not the kids who are getting reclassified, because our RFEP kids actually are performing at very high rates. And so, obviously, even though the last thing I'll point out, and this is all in the presentation, but even though 20% of our students improved placement from D2 to D3, math still is an area of focus for us within the district. So a lot of, I guess the overall summary is that a lot of hard work clearly kept us where we were, and in some cases helped our kids to improve. And considering that, we were hearing the horror stories about sort of the impact, I think it was really good once we got the data to really show that our teachers, our parents, and our partners have really helped us to sort of hold the line during an unprecedented time. And what's even more impressive is that this is 15 months of, being out of the classroom for a majority of our students. And yet, we still were able to sort of keep our kids going. And I think that's just a testament to how hard everyone has worked, and just super grateful for that experience. And I wish we had more time to really highlight that. But again, I think starting back when this pandemic first started, the focus groups that we've had, the reopening task force, the work of the district office team, our principals, the teachers, at the board direction to jump to one-to-one, and then of course the parent support, to really help their kids, has really all sort of coalesced to these great gains that we've had, and in some cases the holding the line to make sure that our kids didn't lose something. So really excited about that. I know Director Dagger is going to spend a lot more time on this at an upcoming presentation, but it is something that we wanted to share just before we walked out the school year. And it is, you know, I think we got a little optimistic that some things will move a little quicker, but you know, so is the way of the world, and we'll get to it the next time around. And just one last thing, no community, we're done for our community updates. So our next one won't occur until July or so. So end of July, early August, when we'll be talking about what next year looks like. So just, I know we're all used to checking in on Fridays and all hanging out with each other. But we have a little reprieve going into the end of the year, and congratulations to all of our kids who are doing the promotion ceremonies.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. We will now take community comments on items that were not on the agenda. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that were not included on our agenda. If you would like to comment, you can raise your hand in Zoom, or you can press *9 on your phone. In compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on any non-agenda items, but we do welcome the feedback and input. I see that we have at least one commenter. We will get a timer up for 3 minutes. And Mina C., you may unmute yourself to address the board, although your hand just disappeared. There you are. You may unmute yourself, Mina, to address the board.
Can I start by asking, can I turn on my camera?
We do not turn on our cameras for public comment. Only the school district staff and trustees have their cameras on.
Okay, that's okay. Well, I want to say hello. My name is Mina. I'm many things. For one, I'm up way past my bedtime, but I'm also a 7th grade student at Graham Middle School, and I use they, them pronouns. Today, I'm here on the behalf of the QSA Club at my school. In the past year, Graham has faced many challenges with online schooling and with coming back in person. Recently, to help with the transition, Graham has gotten an influx of funding that, to be frank, we could do without. So we want some of that funding to go towards a multi-stall gender-neutral bathroom at Graham. I know that students from other schools have approached this topic with the board. If memory serves, you check out the schools are meeting state standards, then dismiss the topic. To be fair, they didn't come in person like I did. However, I know that we wouldn't say state standards were good enough if students' grades were only meeting state standards, or if test scores or in graduation rates were only meeting state standards. Students deserve to feel that they are not just tolerated but accepted at their schools. With the current system in place, a non-binary trans student has to walk about 10 minutes to get to a gender-neutral bathroom. Then if it is in use, wait until that person is done, meaning they miss about 20 minutes of class time just trying to go pee. Whereas a cis kid, cisgender just being a term used to describe people who identify with their sex assigned at birth that needs to go to pee, only needs to walk 5 to 6 minutes, and there's always going to be a stall open for them. I can speak to this because, like the other non-binary kids at my school, I use the bathroom in the nurse's office, and I'm pretty confident in my sense of self and have been out at school for a few months. The first time I used the bathroom in the office, I realized that what bothered me wasn't the long walk or the fact that I had to talk to 3 separate people to get access, or even that I needed permission from my parents, which a lot of queer kids can't get because they can't come out to their families. What bothered me was that at a school, the place that's supposed to prepare me for the world and make me feel safe, the school didn't know what to do with me. They saw me as an anomaly and something to be pushed aside, which cut really deep. Not only does this cause mental problems, but according to studies, trans and non-binary students are more likely to try to hold their pee until they get home, which means they can have a full bladder for up to 6 hours, which can lead to a greater risk of bladder infection and even problems when they get older. At a school like Graham that has the means to give all their students a safe, loving, and accepting environment, why haven't we fixed this problem? The Mountain View and the Los Altos high schools both did it, so why can't the middle schools?
Thank you very much, Mina, and thank you for staying up so late with us tonight. Please feel free to also write to the board. I believe you may have already, but thank you for your comments tonight. I know we love community input, but hearing from students is incredibly powerful. We will now move on to item 10, which is board updates. Trustee Wheeler, you look like you would like to speak.
Mute myself there. This isn't a board update other than to say that I sent my board update for the last 2 weeks to Nancy, and then also my prior update hadn't been published. So when you see the minutes for this meeting, you'll see long board updates from me. You know, if people still want board updates, this is what they get. What I wanted to say right now, though, is that I'm wondering why these last 2 agenda items were flipped from the way we normally do them. We normally have, you know, communications at the beginning of the meeting. And, you know, as the student was saying, you know, perfect timing. Why did we have community comments at the end of the meeting, and especially at the end of this very long meeting? So I'm hoping that this is
It's not a permanent change. It was because
isn't going to be a new norm for us.
no, it's not a permanent change. It was because we anticipated that the majority of public speakers tonight would be around 2 items, would be around the Huff renaming public hearing, and would also be regarding the 2 items on Mauna Loma. And so we were trying to have that be as early as possible, given all the other items that we had. So it's not a permanent change. I have looked at the city council meetings, and sometimes they do the non-agendized comments later in the meetings as well. But it's not ideal.
Yeah.
If there are no other board updates, I would like to congratulate all of our teachers and students and families for, you have half a day of school tomorrow and then you're done. All of the commencement ceremonies for 5th graders and 8th graders and our kinders. Thank you to everyone. We did not receive any future agenda items for this meeting either, so that's not on our agenda. And Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, so while we're congratulating people, I keep looking at Trustee Blakely and wondering if somebody was going to say something about this. But this was a year in the making. The Trustee Blakely, if you don't know, just got a continuing service award through PTA Council, through an honorary service award, and it's because of her work on Measure T. So she finally got her award. I'll share with you, Trustee Blakely, the nominees for your award were me and Devin Conley and Fiona Walter. And we submitted our application, last year, and then everything just went kaput. So there it is. Look at that. So congratulations, Laura.
Thank you.
And we also, the PTA Council recognized some other school community members, Amanda Petrone, who is a Graham Middle School parent and has been really active in the district for years. Sandy Pewitt, Elaine Zuber, who are parents in Mistral, who worked with Malia Perez from Reach Potential Movement to organize a food pantry and aid to families this year as well. Am I missing anyone, Trustee Wheeler?
Not that I can think of for this district, and then thinking I can't even remember who they honored from the other districts. So
there were honorees, but it's late at night and I don't remember.
Oh yes, that tutor.
The tutor.
Oh, all right. Well, on that note, our future board meeting is on June 17th, and that will be our last one before the summer recess. Trustees, thank you for a marathon evening. There is no team I would rather do this with. So thank you, thank you. Trustee Chang, have a great last day of school tomorrow. I hope it goes well. All right. And at 11,
same to those of you with kids.
well, that too. At 11:57 p.m. We